activities, such as those of the quietly powerful Selesnians, preparing themselves for...
Thank you for joining us. Earlier, we recorded a segment that was a preview for the tournament, including Don Donald's and here's a sample of one of them. This is just Black So, yeah, these, what do you call it, like I said, finishing registration. We should be back approximately like 10 minutes after the first match. I'm sorry. And yeah, pretty much it. If you saw the channel go offline, it's because we had to change the title. It was misleading. It was still saying it was deck, tech, and scrimmaging, but this is the actual term. So just to go again, this is a Cheerios extravaganza satellite series. We're getting points for this tournament. Basically come together. And the ultimate amalgamation of the points is essentially buys free entry into usually twice a year, but now it looks like it's more towards once a year. Each event held at the Cooper, Virginia main location for Tales of Adventure. It's free for stores to run at the bronze level, and when the number of points again is independent level of the store. So bronze level, of course, is free for the stores, but lowest entry point, if you want to get more points, you can go silver. So yeah, background conversations are drowning the on-camera talk. Sorry about that, guys. Let me see if I can get the mic a little more targeted. Thank you very much. It turns out that the mic settings were switched, so that's the reason why that was happening. So thank you so much, is it Yammer Jojo, for catching that. We have two mics basically running here. One overhead over the gameplay area, and then one here from the announcer area. The problem was just for some reason the system defaulted to the game camera, so that's what happened. But anyway, just again to recap, this is part of a TOA Eternal Extravaganza satellite series. They're run all over the country. As far as we know, we're the only one that's run consistently here in Miami, or in Florida, actually, for that matter. And the formats are typically Legacy and Vintage, and apparently they do Modern as well. But obviously, the channel's focus is on casual and just basically just fun Legacy. What we're going to be doing today is seeing at least a couple of decks that we did not see in this format. I think I saw somebody is going to run a Splinter Twin variant today, which is not a... Yeah, he heard me. So we're going to see if... we're going to try to feature that on camera. And there's a couple of very atypical Storm decks that are going to be running. One more typical, one less typical. I see the Storm player look over. This is the only format that Git Probe is legal in of now, except for, of course, Vintage. Hey, what finger? Wait, you got something in your eye? What's that? Yeah, we're having a lot of fun here. Like, that's one of the things that I want to highlight about the way we play here. This is very fun, very casual. This is where I hate the word safe space, but essentially this is where people can come to like try out decks, and if you lose, you lose. If you win, guess what? You get some sword credit. You can buy what do you call it? The eternal cards that you need to build your deck. This is a legacy tournament, legacy format. We do run vintage. Well, actually, let me rephrase that. The channel will sometimes show vintage tournaments with 15 proxies allowed. But we do them maybe like once or twice a year at most. There's just not much demand for it. Yeah, it's on the screen. Don, I know for a fact, has one of the like best vintage cubes, like basically in the state, if not this part of the country. But as far as like just like actual tournaments, we've run one so far. It was in Texas. The what do you call it? The video. The coverage is on YouTube, on our YouTube channel. So if you search for the channel name Meriden Institute of Technology or Meriden Tech on YouTube, you'll be able to see the what do you call it? That video. And it's a pretty good one. It's actually the final of that tournament was like a Tinker-based Power 9 blue deck. With a lot of control elements and disruption elements against a Oath of Druids deck without any power. Deck. Oh, that's a good question. Are people posting deck lists? This particular deck series does not. Sorry, deck series. This particular tournament series only obligates deck lists for the winning deck, and then there's going to be a repository online on the main TOA Tournament Extravaganza site of all the winning decks for whenever they have these satellite series. We can ask people to submit their deck list if that's something people want. I mean, it's not a problem. I'm more than happy to show you guys the composition of my deck. I don't have the deck list made ahead of time because I literally just finished it like a few hours ago. But we'll see. All right, guys. I got the look from the store owner that we're ready to start. So give us a couple minutes. We're going to get seating assignments ready, and we'll move over to the play area. As you can see here, we're debuting our gorgeous new playmat. So give us a second. We'll set things up, and we'll be right back.
So something in YouTube.
This is my city, my home. After years of searching, I've come to find a refuge from this life of endless turmoil. But of late, activities amongst the guilds of Ravnica has drawn my attention. The Azorius magistrates behave with impunity, imposing ever greater dictates upon the citizenry, while the Bacchanal of Rakdos has taken on an added fervor, giving me pause in light of other guild activities, such as those of the quietly powerful Selesnians, preparing themselves for something, and to what end? And the Golgari, providers of questionable sustenance. Their rot lies under the surface, for now. As for the Izzet, the mad thinkers, Ravnica's frenzied engineers, their activities have intensified, and more guilds remain. I sense another power at work, a potent mind I cannot identify. What force is at work here? And what does it mean for Ravnica? This is my city, my home. After years of searching, I've come to find a refuge from this life of endless turmoil. But of late, activities amongst the guilds of Ravnica has drawn my attention. The Azorius magistrates behave with impunity, imposing ever greater dictates upon the citizenry, while the Bacchanal of Rakdos has taken on an added fervor, giving me pause in light of other guild activities, such as those of the quietly powerful Selesnians, preparing themselves for something, and to what end? And the Golgari, providers of questionable sustenance. Their rot lies under the surface, for now. As for the Izzet, the mad thinkers, Ravnica's frenzied engineers, their activities have intensified, and more guilds remain. I sense another power at work, a potent mind I cannot identify. What force is at work here? And what does it mean for Ravnica? This is my city, my home. After years of searching, I've come to find a refuge from this life of endless turmoil. But of late, activities amongst the guilds of Ravnica has drawn my attention. The Azorius magistrates behave with impunity, imposing ever greater dictates upon the citizenry, while the Bacchanal of Rakdos has taken on an added fervor, giving me pause in light of other guild activities, such as those of the quietly powerful Selesnians, preparing themselves for something, and to what end? And the Golgari, providers of questionable sustenance. Their rot lies under the surface, For now. As for the Izzet, the mad thinkers, Ravnica's frenzied engineers, their activities have intensified, and more guilds remain. I sense another power at work, a potent mind I cannot identify. What force is at work here? And what does it mean for Ravnica? This is my city, my home. After years of searching, I've come to find a refuge from this life of endless turmoil. But of late, activities amongst the guilds of Ravnica has drawn my attention. The Azorius magistrates behave with impunity, imposing ever greater dictates upon the citizenry, while the Bacchanal of Rakdos has taken on an added fervor, giving me pause in light of other guild activities, such as those of the quietly powerful Selesnians, preparing themselves for something, and to what end? And the Golgari, providers of questionable sustenance. Their rot lies under the surface, for now. As for the Izzet, the mad thinkers, Ravnica's frenzied engineers, their activities have intensified, and more guilds remain. I sense another power at work, a potent mind I cannot identify. What force is at work here? And what does it mean for Ravnica? This is my city, my home. After years of searching, I've come to find a refuge from this life of endless turmoil. But of late, activities amongst the guilds of Ravnica has drawn my attention. The Azorius magistrates behave with impunity, imposing ever greater dictates upon the citizenry, while the Bacchanal of Rakdos has taken on an added fervor, giving me pause in light of other guild activities, such as those of the quietly powerful Selesnians, preparing themselves for something, and to what end? And the Golgari, providers of questionable sustenance. Their rot lies under the surface, for now. As for the Izzet, the mad thinkers, Ravnica's frenzied engineers, their activities have intensified, and more guilds remain. I sense another power at work, a potent mind I cannot identify. What force is at work here? And what does it mean for Ravnica? This is my city, my home. After years of searching, I've come to find a refuge from this life of endless turmoil. But of late, activities amongst the guilds of Ravnica has drawn my attention. The Azorius magistrates behave with impunity, imposing ever greater dictates upon the citizenry, while the Bacchanal of Rakdos has taken on an added fervor, giving me pause in light of other guild activities, such as those of the quietly powerful Selesnians, preparing themselves for something, and to what end? And the Golgari, providers of questionable sustenance. Their rot lies under the surface, for now. As for the Izzet, the mad thinkers, Ravnica's frenzied engineers, their activities have intensified, and more guilds remain. I sense another power at work, a potent mind I cannot identify. What force is at work here? And what does it mean for Ravnica? This is my city, my home. After years of searching, I've come to find a refuge from this life of endless turmoil. But of late, activities amongst the guilds of Ravnica has drawn my attention. The Azorius magistrates behave with impunity, imposing ever greater dictates upon the citizenry, while the Bacchanal of Rakdos has taken on an added fervor, giving me pause in light of other guild activities, such as those of the quietly powerful Selesnians, preparing themselves for something, and to what end? And the Golgari, providers of questionable sustenance. Their rot lies under the surface, for now. As for the Izzet, the mad thinkers, Ravnica's frenzied engineers, their activities have intensified, and more guilds remain. I sense another power at work, a potent mind I cannot identify. What force is at work here? And what does it mean for Ravnica? This is my city, my home. After years of searching, I've come to find a refuge from this life of endless turmoil. But of late, activities amongst the guilds of Ravnica has drawn my attention. The Azorius magistrates behave with impunity, imposing ever greater dictates upon the citizenry, while the Bacchanal of Rakdos has taken on an added fervor, giving me pause in light of other guild activities, such as those of the quietly powerful Selesnians, preparing themselves for something, and to what end? And the Golgari, providers of questionable sustenance. Their rot lies under the surface, for now. As for the Izzet, the mad thinkers, Ravnica's frenzied engineers, their activities have intensified, and more guilds remain.
Okay, guys, so good news, we're ready to start. Well, it's not really bad news. It's just, unfortunately, we don't have enough people to have an announcer. But as people draw, or as as either people drop or people come by, the friends of ours that like the format, know the format, but maybe aren't playing today, they might come up and do some announcing. But for now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to switch it over to the game mic. So the game area mic will be going on. During this time, there will be no responses to the chat for obvious reasons. You guys can talk about whatever you want. But just to be clear, because we don't have an announcer, for obvious reasons, we can't be replying to the chat while we're playing. But I hope you guys enjoy it. Let me just give me a second to set it up, and we'll be starting right now.
This is my city, my home. After years of searching, I've come to find a refuge from this life of endless turmoil. But of late, activities amongst the guilds of Ravnica has drawn my attention. The Azorius magistrates behave with impunity, imposing ever greater dictates upon the citizenry, while the Bacchanal of Rakdos has taken on an added fervor, giving me pause in light of other guild activities, such as those of the quietly powerful Selesnians, preparing themselves for something, and to what end? And the Golgari, providers of questionable sustenance.
Alright guys, enjoy. Yes. Yeah? It's a little delayed. There you go.
Twitch has a certain delay, so when a actual Counter-Strike match happens, they can't actually watch the stream and play the game at the same time to actually cheat.
Christian, can you see the screen from there? But there's no way in hell I can make out what his cards are. But at the same time, probably better not.
No one else can get it.
I kind of can't.
In order to get it.
Yeah, you should.
Oh, dude, there's like a 3-minute delay.
Yeah, on purpose.
Whoa.
Like I said, it's so Counter-Strike people can't cheat.
Not that.
I listened to Mike Brown. What about Dr.
Yeah.
I listened to Mike Brown.
Max, how you doing, okay?
I listened to Mike Brown.
Oh, that's funny. You guys are witnessing the best Merfolk player in all South Florida.
Hey, Legacy players, round 1 is starting.
Yay! John, would you like to see?
No.
There goes my win, Con. Yeah, you burned yourself for fun. I can see. How is that happen?
Oh, let me just make sure that it's at the camera. No, sorry, the mic to that one. Go fish.
Yeah, go Marlins. Huh? If we would win.
I got to watch it. I got to watch it in person get crushed by the Pirates.
Yeah, I know.
You did all 3 of the same color creature.
Yeah, they're called like. So I think that sounds really stupid. So say.
Red.
So everybody starts off.
What kind of a monster?
Did you see my shameless plug for full art ultras?
Yeah, so the way timings work in this game.
So guys, again, reminder, we cannot see the chat because we do not have an announcer. Obviously, we don't want to be spoiled on what the other players doing, so feel free to chat on your own. And yes, if there's any technical issues like glare or anything else, apologize that we can't get to those immediately, but if you make a comment in the chat, we will be sure to address that as soon as we're done. Ooh.
It's a habit I developed.
Just for that. Oh, my very good friend here.
It's out of habit.
Ouch. Okay, that's fine. Here's a randomized D12. Same as 2D6s, please.
And then at the start of your turn, you have instead of 1, 2.
And we're doing the high rolls we always do.
Yeah, let's say SR.
I will play first.
I know not to.
So to generate
Big David.
you have one of the stones that you bought. You can only have 4 stones. So usually the rule is toss SR.
Yeah,
Alright, so I'm gonna go first. I paid for that. Sorry, you feel like I'll keep.
I think that's fair. I do.
Alright, so you draw an action card at the moment. Are you on the top two? Pick one of these.
That shuffle you did, man. Just throw it out.
Intentional.
That's your strategy. That's your super secret strategy.
Or
Force a mulligan.
Force a mulligan.
Different sleeves.
So like, it was more cost effective for me to buy a bunch of one color to go for that. These seems like $12 a pack for like 80 cards, like 120 something cards.
So which way are we going?
Alright, let's see. 3, 4.
I'm gonna buy.
Last night we rolled something big shots.
Last night we were playing
Any cards I was gonna practice.
You rolled these team.
D6. It's all D6.
I own
You
Steve.
rolled 6 ones in a row.
Exactly, why not proxy?
In a row.
And
like
it's
not
right?
like 6. You did that 3 times.
Good on practice.
You rolled 6 ones in a row 3 separate times.
Yeah.
It was really bad.
And then I'm like, these dice must be weighted, so I handed them to them. And they rolled nothing but one. Like, no one.
Yeah, we didn't roll in one of the boards.
Playing first.
And I wasn't looking for feeling to my right.
Yep.
You would have totally moved it. You would have flung it out there.
Or you can take it.
Less of nature.
Yeah, well, because they were hidden. And I'm almost blind. So.
Really, really wanted you not to give them back, to be like, present them
Force.
right back.
Exiling. Harbinger of the Tide.
Oh, okay. He boarded in after mine. God, what is this jumbled?
Alright.
Vials in a mastermind.
Files. Taps it down.
What?
Then
Those kind of attacks
Rest,
back.
take two, reveal a rock right.
you're 19.
Oh,
No, no, but
that's
you
good.
slide it in and untap the vial.
Oh, that's
You're
value. I
playing
didn't
the
think
value.
about that.
All of your cards are ridiculous.
Curse Catcher.
Good. And I'm playing.
Counter target instant or sorcery? Oh, so
Yeah,
one.
yeah. Please.
I'm playing very.
But you have to sacrifice it, right?
Yes.
Mhm.
Yeah.
I'll take care of it. Yeah, you do it.
Spittle?
Which one's the extra?
Actually, that was stupid. It's a good one.
They generate victory points, and if you need SR, you can tap it. But you can't have more than 4 taps. And then you untap.
Pass.
Tap, draw.
You didn't shuffle in like green ones. Sure.
Shit.
You always like, quote unquote.
Board of Atlantis.
Shuffle.
Go for 2.
18.
Go ahead.
You can use multiple light bringers to buy one thing. You can't use one light bringer to buy
Yeah, you can't.
Pass.
Untap.
Just playing ball.
Get Master's Approach right.
No, actually,
This is the one.
The zombies are black,
4, 5,
right?
6. Okay.
Go ahead.
Is next turn lethal?
Oh, look, none of mine.
I think the max hand
1,
size.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Assuming you don't play another pump, if you do, it's lethal.
It's like 5 or 7. This game
Holds life. Sacrifice.
I'll get
Yep.
this weirdness.
Company that makes this game.
I draw an action.
Back.
What's going on?
Whenever a creature enters the battlefield this turn, I may draw a card.
Gonna go ahead and Curse Catcher.
That's fine. Then, one, two, three, 4, 5, 6.
No, no, max size.
Also increased.
Pass.
Max size.
Draw.
Mm-hmm.
PI. Copying Lord of Atlantis.
Uh-huh.
6. Oh my bad, 8.
Which is exactly what I predicted. Very good.
Go ahead.
And finally, you got this one. But just to be safe, 3 creatures. Pass.
Untap.
Alright, I guess I'm taking.
4, 5, 6, 7. Yep.
I'm gonna play a series mode. Well,
You can pull into 5.
Swing to plus 1 card.
Jump.
Yep. Well, I'm gonna respond to your draw step. Or act, rather.
Keep drawing stuff.
At the end of your draw. So after you draw,
Prevent action. Okay.
Vendilion Confusion.
I'll play series mode on here.
Next game. All right, this is where the board comes in. This is because there's basically 2 strategies that I have to really be prepared for. Crazy butt creatures like that, and counter slash like tax magic. You have both. Thankfully, have answers.
It is how that works. It is really stupid.
No, because when redirect resolves, it leaves the stack and then you gain control.
No.
Yeah. That sounds like how it works.
That's not. Redirect, I can redirect the prevent action onto the redirect. So it prevents the redirect. But
No, because redirect's not actually a redirect. It's you gain control of it.
yeah, and then I pick another card.
Right, but in order for you to choose this card,
It's already
it's already off the stack. Now you can target his other prevent action.
Oh right, that's
you
all on
can't
the stack.
target
Alright, yeah,
it.
that's fine. Prevent your prevent action.
Sure.
It's all on the stack. I knew there was some tricky thing.
Wait, no, it's not. Because
Yeah, it is.
your series runs on the grave.
Oh, you're right.
Yeah, you can't read it. That sucks.
That's fine then. I'm gonna.
And then you got the
Should
first
I
match.
cleanse? Throw an action card. If I drew a serious
So we'll
card,
reset.
I'll
I
play
mean, you
rock.
should have drew before you played series.
Alright.
I'm gonna have both of these go away. Oh, actually, you know what? If I can't have this one, also, I'm just gonna leave the vanillas. I'm gonna spite all of you. You got it? Yeah, I wrote it. Damn it. Oh, it's mine now.
I'll be on the play. Sure.
She gets +1 power.
I know you have press card.
Hold on, it's still mine. I'm gonna rest this and 3 of these. And I'm going to play your dream ability. Yes. I'm gonna take this from you. Can't stop it.
You can't prevent both of
You use an ability?
You can't prevent it.
You can't prevent it.
You can't prevent the command.
Is your stones?
I'm gonna redirect it to his center.
Yeah.
Not Ricky's, though. Ricky and I are buddies. I'm redirecting his rock wreck to your stone. Whoever responds to this. Prevent ability does not prevent action.
I know.
Is that really?
I had to multiply.
I realized the five was
This game is really high power.
Yeah,
You just need to learn the card. The first thing you always is literacy, and then after that you're like, oh.
Don't let him get 3 stones.
It doesn't have to be 1 for 1, right? Anymore.
What do you mean?
To what you take out versus what you put in.
I mean, minimum card 60. No, the list you register with, like the amount.
In response to that, I'm gonna.
Like,
I
let's
mean,
say you
like,
had
if I take
61.
out 5, I can put
You can't play
in
this then.
5.
Everything's in order.
No, it has to be 5 for 1 for 1?
You can't play this.
That's what I always thought, but somebody told me something differently.
The original number of cards you register with, that's how many you have to have post-side with.
Which makes sense. I can have somebody tell me otherwise.
That's how I know your current.
That's what I'm saying. Like somebody told me differently, so I wasn't sure.
You do not have to sideboard 1 to 1. You have to have minimum whatever you started with. So you started with 60, you have to have at least 60.
So
That's
if
what
I
I
have
meant.
61 if I
You
wanted
have
to.
61 after board. So it doesn't have to be 1.
Gotcha.
It's just when you finish the game, you have to have,
75 cards. Or whatever the number is that you have.
when you start.
Started.
7.
So game 2, it can be 61, but game 3, it has to be 60.
Game 3 can be 61 if you want.
Yeah, but like he's saying, like at the end there should be always like the same amount of
So once you unsize or
Yeah, like you just throw it your other sideboard.
Right, you can play 75 cards.
Yeah, exactly.
Does that
Alright.
No, that goes in.
back in the wall, you shuffle, and then you finish, you can take out the sideboard. Okay.
And I got a lot of respect for Merfolks, I gotta tell you.
I love it.
Some control that you
shuffle game's pretty on par today. Let's see.
Let's see.
On point, rather.
Never seen a sea
Dragon Shields? Good choice.
Try and get the new Ultra Pros. Eclipses. They're supposedly better than Dragon Shield.
Really? Wow.
Yes.
We do not endorse any particular brands here at the Marine Institute, just whatever makes you happy. I'll play, as I said before, 5, 6, 7.
Spin 2 was the best.
I did it once. It worked once.
Yeah.
Never again. We learned.
This is the best time.
Mulligan.
You wanna kill it? Go.
No, I want to kill it. Nice, that's.
What is the word? You play 4 cards and turn draw.
Unless you draw 2, every turn.
These are 2s, and this is a 1, so. 2, scratch 5 there.
Boy, that card, that stone right there, definitely sounds like my stone. Wow. So when he did
Calvin knows you're not wearing the American Tech shirt.
I forgot. I was in a rush.
So for those of you that are watching, this is our top professor of modern studies, Christian Aguilar, who also shares his super awesome name with myself.
I'll tap this reveal.
No, he can't do it.
How do you feel about it? I have it like it's much better now when Maribel's gone. It's good. I still think Maribel's
Yeah, it's straight down.
Go all out.
Out of
Don't go. Or go home.
Remember, you only have 5 slots.
Go hard to go home.
Go hard or go home. There you go.
It goes like this.
Well, while we have Lackey on turn 1.
If you are full, you can still get something or just kill something.
Now you're dead, right? You're dead or you're winning.
I wish I could draw a green.
I wish I could draw purple.
Where's the action
I'm up 1.
Yeah, the game is a goal.
I'll keep and I'll scratch.
I know.
Alright.
I know they belong to the game.
Slayer or Phelan Orza. I'm gonna get rock back.
He's gonna screw with me
Sit on top. And I'll take my turn. Get your life. Get broke.
Time to get serious. Serious.
It's a good hand. So, didn't bring pen.
when you play that, I can't.
We don't mind if I use a
Go ahead.
text file. So we got Force of Will times 2.
I'm just gonna reveal prevent action.
I confirm that you're prevent action.
Alright, now this is.
So FOW, Master of Pearl Trident, Minamo, and finally, Phantasmal.
Are you going into another game?
Huh?
You want another game?
This is game 2. Do you want to commentate?
Nowhere near.
Yeah, please, please.
This is Bob.
Awesome, man. Yeah.
That puts me at
I mean, you're good, right?
I'm good. Thank you so much for doing that. Okay, so then I'll draw my card off of this.
Yep.
There's a card called BG Bones that like goes on the field to do
So now I know what's in. Let's see.
It doesn't blow balls. It only blows up like 2.
Yes.
Only 2. It's only
Actually, I think
Minimum, go ahead.
Minamo is gone.
what do you
because it's
So
still converted into
when he gets it, he gets to decide the top of the cards he actually wants.
So you do actually sack the Nazis.
You know, Ricky,
Exactly.
you're bleeding.
Pass.
Yeah, I know, I saw it.
Island. Shadow someone.
Response? Yes. Okay. I'm gonna rock right this.
Child someone is good.
Go ahead.
It's on. Seven.
In response?
Did you just rock the same thing I rocked right?
In response, I'm gonna rock right this.
I'm gonna redirect it, so you're at the last line.
That's the way it is.
High level.
I can't get beat. I'm still gonna steal your thing. I want you to know that.
So go at it. Master control, right?
It comes in, you draw a card if you reveal
Island. Go ahead.
That's how this game works.
drawing islands. Pretty good.
I'm still gonna steal all your shit.
Okay.
You guys turn 2 Thaddeus and you're not gonna pay more than 1 spell.
How much did you pay that month?
Alright, casting Mox Opal. So let me just look really quickly at what I had written down.
I'm gonna go now.
So, Master of the Full Trident is gone. So we have Force of Will, Phantasmal Image, and something else I don't know what it is. Very good. Oh, and Dawn. Basically, there's a... You see where, like, you can see a little green bar that tells you the volume level? Like a little green bar that changes the volume. So if you click on the little, like, cog to the right of it, and you click on the bottom option, I think it's Properties, there should be a drop-down menu that says Built-in Input, HD something something, or whatever.
Device?
Yes, if you go to Built-in Device or whatever, and switch it to the microphone there. Your voice is right now it's sensitive. Okay, very good.
All right, very cool.
There is a new card.
So this revolves, right?
That's a 1 red, and an X.
So is that Chalice on 1?
Yes. That
Very close.
It's like a
Whatever it is about it. On the inbound, not artifact, not artifact. One mana, then
Who got game 1?
Actually. Christian won. I have a feeling Christian's going to win this match.
Well, the Chalice on 1 gives Christian the advantage.
it's like a if your opponent's increasing by for whatever reason, they can choose to also copy and choose that. If they choose. Yeah, and if they actually have. Show me what you got. It's really like a nice
So it's interesting. I don't know when the Chalice came in, but it seems odd that it'd be put on 1 instead of 0. Defense grid, so he's setting up to go off, protecting himself. Get a Force of Will. Well. Force of Will exiling Master of Pearl Trident.
Yeah. So if your opponent chooses two bets, they can stop you, but you're not supposed to.
You still have your phantasmal
So Force's Willing Nut is interesting, especially if he doesn't have another counterspell. So we know he has a Phantasmal Image. I don't know what the other card is. Maybe it's another Force. That would make sense if it was. Get in there for 2.
I mean, it was a standard mix.
So it's been a long time since I've seen Cheerios, but
That's why chain
my instinct would be that Chalice on 0 is where you'd want to be early, and then Chalice on 2 if you didn't get it late.
That's what it was. Yeah, and that's what I was thinking. And that was standard, literally. Yeah.
Oh, I do see the other kid. I just be quiet so they don't hear what I say. I don't like the way Merfolk is stacking its lands. It's really signaling Force. And this is why
when it enters the battle,
This is why you'd want it on 0. The deck is called Cheerios for a reason.
Yes. Beautiful. Yeah, I have the small heart, which is, I guess, the equivalent.
Hesitation. What to do?
Yeah. I mean, it really does come down to, well, I have to play that, so
Now, Father Christian surely knows he has a Force of Will.
Yeah, pretty much that's very close.
No other reason to struggle.
if you have a question,
It's not that I tap 2, unless you're trying to hold up 5.
and I win. If not,
You have to reveal. You have to reveal?
No. The reveal is a casting.
Casting? Okay.
Combat protection put in paragraphs. And the positive much better spell.
I can respond with instant.
So you respond to it on the stack, like as if it hasn't resolved. You respond to
Well,
it.
you can't click you have to cast a click and then see if it resolves.
Well, yeah. It's on the stack.
So it's all guys, thank you. It's on stack right
you
now.
have to sweep, you have to sweep right now. At least it's not.
Oh, I can't do that. So that's fine.
Okay,
So,
bringing in a burn spell like creatures. Means I'm stage 5.
Back and call. Is that what that is? Oh, spirit guy. He's gonna have to Google.
It's pretty good.
No, they're like, yeah, they're gonna be ton of critter decks. That's why I'm switching out to that.
Yeah, they should put it into the bottom of the library.
And it's zombies. All zombies get plus 1/1, and when it comes to critical damage, it's pretty great.
These are 2 ways.
I've seen a few people with boils in their sideboards today. That's gonna be fun. 2 Merfolk decks. Christian's got a very short window here. And with 5 mana to be able to hard cast the force.
I'm trying to get.
I don't think it's going to happen.
And yeah, about that. Yeah, so it gives them multiple students.
One turn and through force. Gonna hard cast another spirit card.
Oh wow. Yes. Yeah.
I mean, it's still good.
I don't know why you wouldn't counter that and just win.
Pretty good there. Yeah, first time I played. I never bring so funny, like this exact seven in this road. That I have. A friend of mine and I was playing, same 75. And then he always plays it like and I always play it.
That's fine, even in my radar, I can't win. You have like all those one.
You have a guest that you have a what's it called? Analyst to the commentator.
This guy's going to win.
Oh, you think so?
Well, yeah, but his lines are confusing though.
Hags? Why do you say that? I haven't watched the game.
He put a chalice on 1 when he should have put it on 0. He could have won last turn by force of willing. An Elvish Spirit Guide. Didn't. So he's gonna win anyway.
But
he allowed the game to go on more.
He game next to Maybe Chalice is on 0, I don't think. Christian can't just win, right?
No. The name of the deck is Cheerios.
You need to get rid of the defense group. Oh, I want to see your sideboard now that you did a 15.
Yeah, so basically.
Cheerios. I haven't seen that deck in forever.
I want to play on stream. Gotta show the world late. It's fun. Great. It'll be terrible.
Oh,
That's fine.
I love that card.
I want to play against Merfolk.
So why are you Chalice in one?
Killed nature. Killed scapegoat. Killed pro. It kills his enablers. Because even if his creatures don't resolve,
When did
kills
Chalice
that
come
too.
down?
But why not Chalice on 0?
He can still break shot me for that. His creatures want to resolve.
Oh, okay, that's what he's casting
And
it.
he has Elvish Spirit Guide for mana.
Yeah,
What do I
true.
care if he resolves a bunch of mana?
That's true.
That's
No,
why
yeah, getting the glimpses. Glimpses is interesting.
Because if he resolves, if he resolves creatures and amongst all the I don't even know what the hell he's doing.
I'll tell you what it is. It's not so scratch.
Stop flying.
Yeah, and use a couple of these mana books.
You already probed his hand and saw it?
Huh?
You already seen his hand when you put the chalice on?
No, I just went for it.
I knew he had 2 forces in there. So I was doing my best to try to draw them out. The defense screen and try to go off the next turn. I try to work it. I can force out the second one.
Send a gram as well until drop.
Oh, it's Elfengrass. This is basically my Prophet of Bloom type word.
Yeah, right?
Not very good.
I'll bring and play Frostbloom sometime. I'll bring and play Frostbloom sometime.
Yeah, so you're building some mind.
Always
And this is what I took out.
Post for it.
I just put it in my
Why you do this? Bring too much artifacts. Like, as the they look at if I reach from our scrimmage matches, this thing feels like very easily one without learning about good. And even then, I have 8 different engines, right? 4 backing call and 4 presentation. So even if you count one of them, the odds of me getting exactly. The thing is, when it's on a blue, it's just tough because you have so many.
I have a lot of answers.
So the thing I was hoping to do was use a meat stone and elephant grass to hold off the damage. But it was just really driving into you look at that storm or defense groups and hold off against the counters. And brain freeze is not required out of the strong tank. But I don't know if you're running number at the beginning, right?
Oh yeah. On the blind.
On the blind, exactly. So therefore, I have this board. Great Treasure is my main deck now.
You guys do you.
And then I take out 1 grape shot and bring in 1 grape freeze. Grape freeze in the case of the summer.
You like to take questions?
That's great. You think you can accomplish it? Yeah, that's a great idea. Yeah. How many times during the course of the
He got it 12.
That's if you draw into it, you can follow it.
And it gives one speed, it's essentially draw 6 times. Or draw 3, 4, 4 months. And that's just powerful. It's so much better than Rescind or whatever that card was, because that only brings back the artifact feature. And brings back the Moxie, which while the Moxie come back and can have
Everyone,
again.
you can verify your score is correct. Go on to the next match.
Alright, guys, we'll bring back, so you can let people know we're going to bring in 2 winning decks for the next round. Can you do a favor, Don, real quick?
Yeah.
Can you click, you see how there's like it says like scene 1, scene 2 in like the bottom left corner? Can you click on the one that says we'll be right back?
Whoops. After these messages.
ABC, yeah, if I'm mistaken.
Yeah, it's the Friday night.
This is my city, my home. After years of searching, I've come to find a refuge from this life of endless turmoil. But of late, activities amongst the guilds of Ravnica has drawn my attention. The Azorius magistrates behave with impunity, imposing ever greater dictates upon the citizenry, while the Bacchanal of Rakdos has taken on an added fervor, giving me pause in light of other guild activities, such as those of the quietly powerful Selesnians, preparing themselves
when
for
the game was
something.
over.
And to what end?
It wasn't earlier. It was earlier than you
And
would
the
have.
Golgari,
Because you're
providers
slow.
of questionable sustenance. Their rot lies under the surface. For now. As for the Izzet, the mad thinkers, Ravnica's frenzied
With
engineers,
Sahaj at the helm,
their
watching you
activities
die,
have
we
intensified,
don't have time for that shit.
and more guilds were
Stop
made.
it.
That's why we're family friendly. Family picture.
I sense another power at work. A potent mind I cannot identify. What force is at work here? And what does it mean for Ravnica? This is my city.
All right, everybody
My
watching,
home.
just stay tuned.
After
We're getting
years of
prepared for the next
searching,
round.
I've come to find a refuge from this life of endless turmoil.
No, Storm versus Storm. I hate. No, I
Activities
don't want.
amongst the guilds of Ravnica has drawn my attention. The Azorius magistrates behave with impunity,
Okay,
imposing
who won
ever
their
greater
first round and wants
dictates
to be on
upon the
stream?
citizenry, while the Bacchanal of Rakdos has taken on an added fervor, giving me pause in light of other guild activities,
I want to see what you got.
such as those of the quietly
Let's see what your
powerful
opponent is.
Selesnians, preparing themselves
Oh,
for
cool, cool. We
something.
get to see how you hold up now.
And to what end? And the Golgari,
So, Chris, you stay on the same
providers
side,
of
that way I don't have to
questionable
switch the name.
sustenance. Their rot lies under the surface. For
Don,
now.
would you like to type in your deck name?
As for the Izzet, the mad thinkers, Ravnica's frenzied engineers.
Oh, it's the same deck? Okay.
Their activities have intensified, and more guilds remain.
Oh.
I sense another power at work. A potent mind I cannot identify. What force is at work here? And what does it mean for Ravnica?
You had to get my DCI number, didn't you? I'm doing it.
I got no dice though?
All right, guys, thanks for joining us. I'm gonna go join my own match, but we got two winners.
I was his ride, he dropped.
We got Christian, who was 1-0, beat me. I was playing at Cheerios, trying to bring it back. It's not really happening.
I brought him for him to bring it.
So we got just an amazing Merfolk build, and that's going to be going up against just one of the most solid Death and Taxes decks I've ever seen. All right, so I give you guys Merfolk versus Death and Taxes. Enjoy. Right now we don't have a commentator, but if somebody else comes up, they'll commentate. They'll get the last round. But until then, we won't be able to reply to the chat. For now, I will be switching the microphone over to the gaming area, unless we get somebody to come up and commentate. Enjoy, guys.
You got it.
Is it really? No. But I want the die. It's too cute to me.
Yeah. He does want to play.
My father's died.
We play D&D every week.
Actually, no.
Yeah. I tried to play D&D.
The various things he can be.
I will also.
You mean the least nerdy?
No, literally the thing was when the jury asked him what his hobbies were. The nerdiest thing he could say was I play D&D.
Who you serious with?
He didn't say anything. He says I don't have time to.
Can I read it? I'm not familiar with the force. So you hit me for 2? Yep. And pass. Cavern? Yep. What are you name? Perfect. So we go at them. And now we're reveal. So we go at them. Draw a card. Yep. Go ahead.
Is it? As long as it's I have golf, but I didn't play golf. Not sure. That way
Anybody can steal it or blow it up.
Thank you, Christian.
I know the game.
Tap draw.
No, the following time is awful. It ended with
Affinity culture.
Oh, nice.
I love it now. You gotta turn your modern deck into.
Combat.
Legacy deck.
The thing that goes out, your opponent has
Walk. Okay.
Oh
yeah. Okay.
I don't want.
Lower pass.
It's a double edged sword. It's pretty good.
At your draw. Yep.
It hurts.
Then you click.
You can have it.
Sure. Okay, trigger on you. So that's even money sensor. Or 2 tallies. What's this
Everyone's
one?
taking
Sort of fire knife?
Yeah.
And or
Draw that. 35.
Oh, that's it.
So Fire Nice is the one that's pro blue.
You're looking at an interesting deck.
Okay, I'll take your removal.
Pass the turn. Where's the house? You kept a very slow hand.
That's the best comment I've heard today. Rick pulled it upstairs.
But
That's gone. Like a real counter spell.
Yeah, like legit counter spell.
Like an actual counter spell.
Yeah, of course.
Maybe a twin dog here.
That'd be sick if that could happen.
Oh yeah. Sure. Activate.
I'm actually brave. It was when I first watched
flying a shit ton of times.
So we'll go at it. So I got the Power Reveal. Lord Van Land.
But I'm casting
First of all, it's
Get to 1/1 then threshold.
No, right.
This is indeed Dredge. He's on the field.
Take no block.
Your graveyard.
Yes, my graveyard is in front of you.
Okay.
It's how we play it, just to keep track of everything.
Nope. That's it.
The only action that I was sure about.
I'll draw for him.
Why don't you destroy his green?
Okay,
Draw card.
I'm an 8.
So you're at 7.
Combat.
Future deck is the first
Go
card.
ahead.
Oh, he hard cast.
The other side.
And I've taken 2 off of this.
You target
No.
That's a discard. So I'm going to discard
What
shots.
I did was.
Oh, no, you're right.
I did a whole bunch of work.
Ghost Quarter, my...
Combat. Yep.
I'm gonna pay this.
No blocks.
No, first draw will be a dodge.
Look at all these rockets.
Yeah, that's what we play Ghost Quarter.
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Second draw.
Via result. Last turn. Same thing with which one do you tap now? Tap.
Yeah, that's why I tried to destroy it.
Untap.
Track lines I have.
He didn't
want
want
to.
to.
Take my hand.
No,
I have that, so I just sat.
4 rock wrecks on top.
You read the
He should.
First, you didn't get the angel that just
Womp womp.
Oh. We'll get it whenever.
Let's try to wait till you tapped up more mana.
Oh, gotcha.
Draw a card.
Second.
None of these are green.
Catcher.
The neutral ones are in it.
When I'm not finding it.
Like if you were playing red instead of blue,
Right,
you'd
yeah,
have
for
to
triple red. Flashback another one. We're bad this game.
First game against Direct.
Second draw. 2.
Attack your island. In response to full mana, go to combat. Sure. Second main. Pass.
Oh, I need a win. I'm sure.
I've never seen that.
Draw a card.
It's fine. It's probably fine, don't worry.
So Fire Nice also gives +2/+2. And it lets you draw a card. It shocks, and I draw a card, but it does damage. Player damage or just damage in general. Player.
Turn.
Player.
We're gonna get 6 zombies.
It would be one of the top 15 meta cards ever if it was any damage. Maybe even higher.
Flashback. Bring back Flame King Zealot. Everything gets plus 1/+1.
Yeah, I do like 8.
For lethal.
I had like I opened 3. So it was
Master of the Folks, right?
3, 6, 9, 12.
And Curse Catcher. Sure. And I'll pass my turn.
Combo aggro.
So, what was that turn?
Turn 3.
Combo off on
Yep.
The best I've done it once.
So,
I did
18,
17
4,
for 8 to dredge off on turn 1. I did it once to beat a Miracles player and she didn't
that needs a step.
Okay. It's not as aggressive as Storm, sadly.
I'll pass turn.
I know 2 cards.
I'll tap the
I would hope I choose to be on the play.
You're not really doing any blue stuff.
No. Blue's in the deck for an Arcanist.
Merfolk. Sure.
And we don't hardcast
I've never
this.
seen that one.
We're hardcasting the real crop for that.
It's the new
I
MX.
saw you on the sideboard.
Lord
Let
of
me
Lands.
go.
Sure.
It turns off all my lands.
3
Turns
plus
all to a
4.
red. I only cast one
I mean,
spell.
my bad. Yeah.
Other spells are
5, 7, yes.
So, yeah.
Go ahead.
Okay. You can't tap.
Oh, actually, neither of you can use, but I can also go on. So that's
4. Yep.
Okay, hold on. So,
Sideboard Storm it.
literally none of that could have happened.
Yeah, but where you cleanse it.
Yeah, I'm gonna do a cleanse. It's still happening, but I have.
Great shot.
Shut up, Isaac.
Set in the same spirit guys. Great shot. Weapons. I played mono red. My sideboard was blue red delver. We didn't run enough basic islands, which the problem is. We ran the 4 volcanics and 1 steam vents. And the rest, we had young pyromancer in the main board. But our sideboard was 4 delver, 4 force, 4 days, miscellaneous stuff. So you look for no one knows. I think it's good.
Cards there?
You can run your taxi over the main probe you for 1 roll. Yes, I did it. They think it's too slow. It slows the deck down a turn, which isn't what you want usually. The 2-drop is 8 on.
But
Think about it. It's actually not. I tried it. It wasn't bad.
what is the rarity number in the term?
Uncommon. He just got a reprint too.
Yeah, the thing that I need, I need to actually make this myself is literally Gobble Guy, Blood Moon, 1 Blood Moon, and my first hero stack.
I can swap. I just got my 3rd blood moon set.
Sure.
Actually, need a lot of the burn.
Well, they're cheap. Like, bolts are easy, long spikes are easy. It's a good stack.
Is literally 40 bucks. It's what Christian said.
Minus Goblin Guide and blood moon.
Yes.
And if you want to have them snare and bridge them.
I would know.
2 and a pass.
Did you bring a snaring bridge in against the shelling buff?
My accuracy
What?
In response to you acquiring.
I don't know, my dad just texted me and it just seemed like it wasn't
Well, you
for
can't
me.
respond to that. You can't respond to the.
Go ahead.
Play.
I just-
You have to play
I
quick
need
action.
that.
But if he acquires it and then uses it, it checks his win card at the end of the stack.
When you buy a stone, I think.
We're here to play a card game. We're not here to like slit each other's throats at a major event.
Wait.
Before I go to my main.
Yeah, you heard me.
So I got ding, upkeep, activate cooking.
Except for one casting brainstorm.
Flicker was bouncing.
I'm not telling him how to play.
Don't judge me. Don't judge me.
I played so many instant sorcery suite last round, like it's just, my opponent was tapped out, I'm like,
No, you, well, that's your turn because you're purposely
Yep.
yeah, not how I want to play this, but I will. I'm gonna be more tempted to do things with the outlet, and you don't win the game.
How he was going to
Yeah. I'm trying that magic. I have to draw a lot of good cards. You're first, you don't want me to
Be careful, bro. I win.
Yo, my card. Mine.
I played the baby room.
Yeah, it's mine.
You said shock, so I got you up.
It sucks. It's not going well for me.
Good shot.
Combat okay? Yeah. Okay. So that's 7. It's 2/4. 5 shoot you. This doesn't give us. Doesn't give us. Okay. So 4 triggers. I'll shoot you to deal 2. Draw a card and get 2 counter.
Draw 4 cards, keep 1 card in hand.
Wait, how much do you have? 4?
Okay, so flickers. Draw card.
Do you have 2 other else?
Sure.
True name.
Yeah, there you go. I was like, wait, yeah, do it.
You're at 4, hold on here.
Combat. Yep. Yep.
I was holding on to that. So it was like.
Bridge produces 2 zones.
Oh, actually, I'm gonna.
Oh, it's really weird. I don't know. I've actually taken my time. I picked up every MTG art and they have those on
Events. I'm gonna rotate.
Oh, for the choice. I'm going to 13.
You can't split
I just ran out of cards to board out. So like the line I had, like really I could get out of that, but like Jason Bird, feeling like they're also bad against defense. So it was Cheerios and those counts of judgment. So I was like, alright, screw it. I missed 2 cards.
Yeah, I heard you like, I think it's like the like.
I'm gonna try to counter this ability. I can't counter this.
No, not that one.
But it's better in counts of, I mean, it's better in counts of judgment who you can counter.
I love how you can't counter my counters with a result.
It's actually pretty good, surprisingly good.
It's a thing.
These chairs are
It's gotta be better than it was in modern.
Actually, no.
Sure.
It's your ability.
Played like like 2 years ago, like 1 time, 2 years ago, like I gotta go watch Storm versus Storm.
Yeah, right?
Yep, true.
What game?
You know how it's spelled at your sideboard? We're gonna get a trigger, so I can bring them back from the graveyard by using the flash and shoot the graveyard.
Oh, you should? How are you gonna win?
The second one?
4 beats? Yeah.
Release
Is that
hands.
more like an 0-1?
It's an 0-1 winning, right?
Yeah.
You mean this version?
Using, hope of
Yeah. 3 or 4 has power though. There you go, guys. Board here.
That's correct.
No, it's cast.
To bring back every time. Take 2 every time, or things like that. Not the best idea. We're gonna draw a card.
That's the downside.
Take 1 over 5.
Usually in a half hour, it's not really
Yeah.
First draw.
That's a burn.
You should go, commentate.
I've exclusively played burn.
3.
Alright, sure. Where's the mic?
He has one, I have one. He has one.
So, you'll see a green bar. Sit down. You'll see a green bar, right?
It says
Right
mic.
of that green bar,
Yeah.
there's a little like cogwheel. Click on that.
Yeah.
Then click on the bottom, the 2, I think it's like properties or whatever.
Settings.
Yeah. There should be a drop down menu.
Yeah, menu popped up.
Nah.
There should be a drop down.
Play like a screw.
No, don't worry, Sam.
And it should be like built-in input, HD, something. If you didn't get that, you might have clicked the wrong option.
Properties.
Alright.
So just go back and try again.
Yeah, there's a drop down menu.
There you go. And
Built-in
then
input.
click on built-in. That way it'll go to your mic.
That's not, okay. All right. It's John here. We're here for game 2. No, I believe. Possibly. I don't know. I didn't ask. Game 4? All right. We're here for game 4 of Death and Taxes versus Merfolk. All right. Game 2 of Merfolk versus Death and Taxes. I don't know much about Legacy, but I know Ags is terrible.
Let's learn together.
Well, I don't know how the Merfolk versus D&T matchup goes. I'll assume since D&T has a has a win already, it's good against Merfolk. Okay. It was a very skill-intense matchup then. Brought to you by not skill-intensive commentary. Shut up, Johnny. It's a very skill-intense matchup. It's going to go to real determination, whoever wants to win, and who's the better player here. That's how it's going to go down. One day Ags will finish shuffling, and we'll get to the game. Yo, can we run an ad?
One attack, these 2 and a zombie. 2 Dredge turn. Get back 8 zombies.
This lets me discard 0 cards.
Bring back prison turn.
Alright, so, I don't know if this can pick me up what So, Island Vials, Ags play, or Christian's play. Don's on D&T, so he'd ideally like to start off the same way. Now, I can't see his hand real. Oh. He's got true name. Okay, here, let's take cards. So he's gonna get to draw a card. And Cyrodiil doesn't attack well through a lot of D&T's creatures, but I think in these aggro-based matchups, what's going to be really important is card advantage at a certain point. So I believe that the ability to draw a card here off Silver Depth and have a 2/1 that on an empty board can now apply some pressure early on. It's going to be really important. It's going to be really key. The early damage is going to be key here.
I would have killed my. I probably would have killed my own guy at some point.
Next month at some point, maybe.
Sword's one of the better cards against Merfolk. Any spot removal, even in Modern. Spot removal against Merfolk is key. True Name Nemesis is one of the harder cards for him to deal with, but Council's Judgment, one of his few ways to actually take it out. Now Ags doesn't know that Council's Judgment exiles the spell. I believe. Alright? Can we pull up Council's Judgment?
Yeah, Relic of Janus is pretty good.
How do you feel about Relic versus 12 months?
I like 2 months for Relic, in my opinion.
Relic doesn't handle not much action going on. You can't see how many counters his vial was on because of the lighting.
So the Hydra Avatar.
I can't see what card that is either.
Yeah.
Literally, and it's that.
Yeah. I don't know. It's just like a flavor.
Now, it appears that Don has brought in Moat, a devastating card for Merfolk, which is what Ags is playing again. It can be really hard for Ags to win now with that card in play. I don't know how his deck beats it. Ags appears to be playing towards copying a flying creature with his silver, with his phantasmal image. Because the white Imperial Recruiter, I've got Johnny also in the booth. It's John and Johnny.
I'm starting the game, but Kershaw got a work call.
Okay. Johnny's in the booth for 5 minutes.
What's up?
So it appears that Don has brought in Moat, a very difficult card for Merfolk to beat.
I mean, Merfolk does have a different side house. Ooh. He's gonna search?
No, he gets 2.
So if it has my image the recruiter to go search probably for a curse catcher or a.
He's gotta find.
He can do a 2-drop, right?
Yeah, 2-drop.
So he can put a lord.
However, he has to figure out a way to beat this Moat.
What did he bring in?
Moat.
No. What did Ags bring in?
Ags searched his library for Vendilion Click.
Wow. Alright. So he's gonna go ahead and look at his hand.
Well, Vendilion Click being Ags' only creature that can attack through the moat.
Yeah.
So maybe Ags' plan is to hope and protect his Vendilion Click.
Yeah.
Getting free information here would be great.
Free information plus it's the only thing that he can attack
Yeah.
with. Pretty good.
Ags' hopes really rely on this Vendilion Click.
He did.
It does not look good for Ags.
It really doesn't.
Sword of Fire and Ice, another Recruiter, a Horizon Canopy, and the Flicker Quiz we saw him search up earlier.
Yep.
It's going to be tough for Ags to beat this one.
So he can recruit into anything that he needs, really.
Yeah, you can.
So against this deck, what would you
It
recruit
appears Ags took the...
I think recruiter.
Took the Recruiter? Yeah.
That would make sense.
Yeah.
Alright, that's pretty good. Oh. Alright.
Ags has...
So I guess his game plan is to protect that.
Click as much as he can. Now, Ags' key to victory is this Vendilion Click. However, Ags does have Harbinger of the Tides to protect his Vendilion Click in the worst case scenario.
Yeah.
But only while it's tapped. So...
Well, he could do it now if he really needed to. So Recruiter Guard, that's pretty good. So he's going to be able to search up another creature late in the end step.
Yeah. Horizon Canopy, a good card here in this matchup. Once again, building card advantage. By taking the controlling role, Don has really taken a far tap in this lead, but life totals do not tell the story, folks.
So then, wait, is he tapping in? Or
Johnny, I'm not sensing your emotion here, and I'm really...
I have no emotion. I have emotion when I get typed. Oh, he got a Stoneforge Mystic, so he's going to be able to search up for another...
But Stormforge Mystic able to cheat into...
They bring in a Lord.
Useless Lord here by Ags.
Lands that cost 2 mana.
They got a V-Click, a Lord, a Phantasmal Image, 2 Aether Vials. That's pretty good, bro.
Yeah.
Now, his Lord getting on his Merfolk Island Walk and +1/+1.
Yeah, at this point, Ags can like bring in anything he needs with the Aether Vial just alone.
With the air, yeah, that's fine. But once again, really putting a hurting on Ags'
Yeah.
offense.
And for that mode, he actually would be able to go in for sure.
Don choosing not to cast or not to block with
The Flicker Wisp.
The Flicker Wisp, perhaps indicating that he knows about Ags' ability to Harbinger. Now,
Yeah, you're talking about me and emotions.
now it appears Don is not past the turn yet. Don is going to cast Stoneforge Mystic and search his library for an artifact and equipment, perhaps Batterskull. Batterskull could really take over this game, folks. Ooh, Umazawa's GT.
Oh, that's actually really good.
That is a card Axe cannot beat. Axe gotta find a way to get past this one quick.
Yes. He needs a way to get rid of that GT. GT's actually going to steamroll him here. So, clips to Flicker Rose. Yep, that was the best.
Axe is forced to use his Harbinger here.
With the attack. Oh, yeah, you're right.
Axe is forced to use his Harbinger here.
Okay. Alright, so he's good for now.
Good for now. Axe is gonna have to find a way to punch in those last 12 points of damage.
Unfortunately, though.
Does Axe have a way to beat?
He's going to be able to do Flicker Rose next turn. Probably target recruiter the guard and be able to search up for another thing. Or even Stoneforge. He could also use Stone. He can just Flicker with Stoneforge and look for.
I believe Moat means neither creatures with flying. Neither player can attack with creatures that don't have flying.
Yeah.
Ooh. Whoa. He's gonna flicker this mountain.
So you can attack with. Alright, that's pretty good attack. That is pretty brutal.
Marking with Phantasmal Image.
They'll kill it, but GT gets the counters. And equips to Flicker Rose. And pings the Vision Click. Ooh.
Let's see how he's gonna beat that.
I don't know if he actually has. Did he?
Name Nemesis is not the card Axe needs, surprisingly. What?
He says he played 2 lands.
Don played 2 lands last turn. Did he? I don't know, I wasn't paying attention.
Nice. Close. That was close.
He's sort of fire. I don't think he is going to be able to. Actually, how many lands does he have?
It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 in play.
And what turn are you?
I don't know, Axe had 6 in play for a while. I don't remember. I think I only saw Don play 1.
I think I played that game right. I think I played that game right.
Then played the factory before passing the turn.
Oh, True Name Nemesis.
True Name Nemesis doesn't do anything.
I know.
Okay.
Okay, that helps. But
it doesn't.
I don't think Axe can come back from that.
Axe couldn't come back from her. I mean, it doesn't. Yeah.
Factory.
Does it?
Can't confirm.
I can't. I don't remember either. We can go back and check later. But it's not like we're actually competitive with that.
Yeah.
Also, it's not like it matters. Axe can't beat this anyway.
You can't beat this, yeah.
So
either way, you can't beat this. And I don't think the factory would have.
So I was like, I played 5 lands so that I could dark cast 4.
And he drew into nothing.
We get another Vendilion click and play. That could be.
I only think I think he just runs 1.
Oh, he doesn't only play 1?
I think he only plays 1.
Yeah,
Axe is playing to nothing. Axe is playing to fight the good fight.
He has 1 more turn, does he?
Axe
It looks like he has 1 or 2 more turns.
He has no more turns.
Oh, because he could just ping with the GT, right? Then he gets rid of.
He's such an ass.
It's brutal. What do you want me to tell you?
Excuse me.
Correction Overlord, getting rid.
Correction Revoker, naming Aether Vial. Coming in for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh, more than enough to be lethal here on this attack.
Yeah. Moat was an MVP at this game here. Really interesting though, when he brought in the Flicker Wisp, he targeted the Moat.
So that he can attack with.
Yeah. With the G2.
Yeah.
And Axe calls it and he couldn't get anything
Axe dies.
Axe, do you run more than 1 B click?
Do you play one more than 1 Vendilion click?
I played 2
He played, oh, so that's what Axe played. Don. According to the internet, you played 2 lands at one point.
Yeah, when you Flicker Wisp.
There's 1 turn I played.
So
it's when you, according to that, it says when you Stoneforge Mystic, you played a Plains, and then you played Plains and then Stoneforge, and then you played Factory afterwards before passing.
Yeah, that was the turn I played awful.
Okay.
Hit my jib triggers. I tried to hard cast the sword instead of coming out and just going for the entire turn.
Yeah.
That was brutal.
I mean, it doesn't matter. But
It does matter, but sometimes that stuff will win the game.
No. I was talking about the 2 lands thing because we're not a competitive event. But guy with screen name I can't pronounce without sounding stupid. Lammer Jojo.
Lammer Jojo. Look at that.
He's a JoJo's fan.
JoJo's fan.
Yeah, there you go, man.
We got there. All right.
If it makes you feel any better, we caught it.
Let me try to go Storm.
Storm versus Storm, boys. Will be brought to you next.
You can rewind that stuff.
Do you want?
Do I want to what?
You can check just to make sure, but
it doesn't matter. I'm not going back and checking. I don't even know how to go back and check. So it's all right.
Go ahead. You can talk about it.
It was an interesting match. Hopefully the next match and the future match area will be just as interesting. Maybe we'll get to see some cool decks in play. A lot of burn at the tournament. A lot of burn. 2 Storm decks. Your sideboard better be prepared. That's how it is. We're gonna bring you a. I am Mr. JoJo. That could have been an L. We don't know. Mr. JoJo? There's only one Mr. JoJo I know, and his name's Joseph Joestar, so. X. Play me. Play me. You alright? You're just reflecting on Moat? I didn't see that shit coming, that was funny.
I didn't think it was random.
I mean, hell, it beats me. I mean, it beats me. I don't know. I figure since nothing's going on here, we'll get another match here just so that people are not watching nothingness. We're okay. They're still pounding around. They're still playing.
An extension for the
Oh god, I drew him so many times.
We're gonna bring you another match in between. I don't know. I'll play X. I'll play anyone. What?
I mean, have one in my car. From where? Wait, James, what? Why do you have pockets in your car?
You have to make decisions in your head and do them immediately. Because doing things like
Well, I don't care if you offered me any. I wouldn't know why
deciding
that's.
if you're going to tap to play
Why
the
you bring them in
board
the
or not,
AC
like,
unit?
6 lands, like says it's really got to force it.
Oh, really?
So, think about it.
You're right, Mr. JoJo. Moat was a backbreaker. Merfolk, not in any ways to be the resolved Moat. Unfortunate, I didn't have a force at the time, not even a daze to counter it. I think even if he was tapped out, there was no time where he's tapped out anyway to daze. But it's unfortunate, happens. Moat, valuable sideboard card, proving that Magic sideboard cards are huge. Don, Whiskey Hughes wants to know how many moats you're playing. He brings in 2 moats from the board.
That's something new I haven't done in probably 2 years.
Hasn't done it in 2 years, but it's spicy.
Hasn't been in the sideboard.
It beats Infinite Deceiver Exarchs. It beats Infinite Deceiver Exarchs.
Yeah. I think with the meta shift, a lot of the stuff that I had in my sideboard was for miracles, and so.
You gotta change it up.
Yeah.
You want to talk to people about Moat?
I think it's. Well, I just looked around the room and saw lots of ground creatures. Things well against them.
Yeah. It's a good answer. Pretty good.
Okay.
It's also kind of a combination choice. So there were other reasons I put in my Sarah Avenger count to 4 because of increase of Rogue Delver. And like burn. Sarah Avenger is enormous against those decks because you can be offensive and still hold back a blocker. And so when you up your Sarah Avenger count to 4, it makes mode even better. So you're running 8 flyers.
That's pretty good. Seems like they would be good against Eldrazi and Maverick too. So
yeah,
good coverage overall. We're gonna bring you another match just to keep you guys entertained since there are other people still playing. Kind of can't keep the feature match over empty.
Great shot for it. They're not really there. They're intimidation. I don't know if
anyone can.
Finally went out. Probably not. Turn 1. I understand that we got great. Turn 24. What really helped me out here, like,
No. Are you here?
Scapegoat. Second one here, Crimson Cold. My guy back.
Go get in there, Dan.
What
game am I
commentating on?
Oh, I have a buy?
No. It's just the feature match here is empty, so it's pretty kind of like whatever on the screen. It's just boring.
Oh, like, so you want me to go here and be an entertaining monkey? Hello!
Hello, you,
the viewer! Yeah. Okay. There we go.
You can't really rack back?
Yeah.
We'll be right back? Okay.
Show and tell them also tell them your thrilling stories that happen free.
Oh, yeah. This is my city, my home. After years of searching, I've come to find a refuge from this life of endless turmoil. But of late, activities amongst the guilds of Ravnica has drawn my attention. The Azorius magistrates behave with impunity, imposing ever greater dictates upon the citizenry, while the Bacchanal of Rakdos has taken on an added fervor, giving me pause in light of other guild activities, such as those of the quiet and powerful Selesnians, preparing themselves for something. And to what end?
Hey everybody, how's it going? It's me, David. Let's see what we got going on right now. We got a little fun game. This is in between rounds. We're waiting for the last match to finish up. We've got what I believe Fish, Merfolk's Fish, versus the Twin. So someone got mad that their deck got banned last year, and was like, you know what? I'm gonna buy some Force of Wills. That's fine. For you, the viewers, maybe. I'm David.
Viewer, singular.
Mirrored in text EDH guy.
You know which viewer you are.
You know which view. This goes out to you. The viewers. Alright, so we're right now watching the best part about Magic, the shuffling. Ags is using the two-handed shuffle. He does it very fluently. John with the two-way split. I prefer the three-way split because it just sounds more baller that way. Okay. Ags is playing no land scoops, so he's gonna concede game 1. And so we're gonna play the second best basic island. The best basic is basic mountain. He cast a ether vial, and then John played a chop. Oh, is that a volcanic? Yeah, it is. My bad. It is a volcanic. I'm a scrub. So I think that's immutable into Chalice on 1. So he's gonna get bolted in response to the Chalice on 1. Alright, that's a Chalice. Alright. Ags, our avid fish player, he needs to take showers because he smells like fish. That's why he plays the Merfolk deck. He's slowly becoming a blue creature.
Do me a favor. Where it says rounds, there's a little eye next to the word.
If you haven't noticed, it's like to scale.
Rounds.
Just click the little eye next to rounds.
I don't see where it says rounds.
Where it says player 1, player 2, legacy. Where there's a little eye next to the symbol. You gotta scroll down.
No lo veo.
What do you mean, what do you do? It'll say like Logitech.
Okay, I see like MTG Legacy, TOA External Extravaganza.
Okay. I didn't open it.
I see that.
I was gonna hide the rounds, but I won't give a round 3.
Oh, I already said we are not on round 3. This is a game in between rounds.
Just so you know, we just take the here.
Oh, okay.
Oh, because you put it onto this thing instead of the Phenom. Oh, you're so good.
Come on, bro. I told you I've been dying to do this forever.
Yeah.
Ooh, so he plays a true name. So when you cast true name nemesis, what happens is your opponent cries. They cry and cry. You name opponent. It reads target opponent cries and observes the life choices that they've made. Wait. But how is John supposed to deal with the true name?
Main board council's judgment.
Main board council's judgment.
I have green verdict in my main deck.
That technically gets rid of the true name. Well, it does. Not technically. I see we've had a couple people comment on here. I see there was a moat earlier in one of the matches.
Yeah, it was Moat versus Merfolk.
Hey, well, fish can swim in moats, right? So you won. If there was a flavor judge here, there'd be issues. Wait, you're mulliganing? I hear that's a terrible strategy. Normally you want to keep 7 cards in your hand. When you keep 6, you have a lower chance of winning. But you guys knew that, you know? John, can you show the camera what else your hand? Alright, so his hand, and I hope Axe can hear me. It's got lands. Well, he's playing the day-old strategy of lands and spells. Lands and spells have been winning PTs since like 20 years from now. So yeah, they're good. They're good. Lands and spells is a good strategy. Also, don't lose is another one.
So I've been doing this wrong the whole time.
Yeah, you've been doing it the whole time. Wrong.
I hope you draw your card.
Actually, the no lands deck is hilarious. Oops, all spells.
The all lands deck's pretty funny too.
Oops, all Gideons is hysterical. Shout out to Saffron Olive for making good videos.
Good old Cavern.
So Cavern is naming goblins. By the way, if I go on stream and they ask me for my deck name, I'm playing blue-black control. Alright? Have you seen that loading ready run where they're talking about the different decks in Legacy, like the deck names? And they're like, yeah, you know, No Land Scoop and Bug in a Rug and like all these decks. And they're like, yeah, what are you playing? Oh, black-blue control. Oh, really? What is it? It's mainly mono-red goblins. Because like Legacy players just name whatever they want, you know.
Actually, you know what you're playing against?
My favorite recently was Young Pyromancer and
Young
RP
Peasy?
Reanimator. They called it Young Frankenstein.
No, it's just.
Wait, they were playing Reanimator with White Peasy?
I wanted to kill him.
Damn. Okay, so Legacy's a real format.
It was pretty good. I never saw Young Pyromancer come up, but it was pretty good.
White Peasy and wow. Okay. Hey. Flow mana. Oh. And there it is.
I'm gonna squeeze by you. Sorry, I got.
That's what she said. All right.
Sorry if I said. Family stream. I'm new to this.
I didn't curse. I did not curse.
Yeah, I've been modern.
I'm doing a hype train, you know, just keep the viewer count a little bit higher than
Hype
it is.
train?
Inflation.
Yeah. Wait, are you watching right now? This goes out to Sahaj. Hey.
You know, inflation.
Hey, it happens all the time. You know what? From now on, I'm just gonna leave my TV on like the worst channel ever, and they're gonna be like, "Oh my God, someone really likes us." You know?
It's weird too, but like when they try to do ratings for shows, they go, "Well, you're not counting like multiple members in the house."
No.
Watching
They,
it, so
they
try
count
to,
the
like,
TV, right? They just count the TV. Yeah.
So like, yeah, you might have 1 million viewers, but if everyone is a couple, you actually have 2 million viewers. Right?
Yeah.
Or like,
I have a friend that had a Nielsen. That was a Nielsen family, and they got to do all of that.
Yeah.
And they had to like report like wherever they went and write down that like, oh, this was on the TV, and like they would write it. in
really?
an email. Yeah.
Are we waiting for what match? Are we waiting
The thing is that Chris, he was on call, but they're playing Storm. So it should be very relatively quick. It's just that he was on call and had to take a phone call.
Oh, okay.
You know.
Yeah. So like on call for a patient, but didn't have to go to the hospital. Yeah, just get information or something on the sheet. My dad's a physician, so I kind of understand. Like, yeah, sometimes they call you, but they don't need you in the place. They just need to get your like. They can't read your handwriting or something.
The thing is that my doctor, I mean, he's good, but he's always trying to produce beats. Dr. Dre.
I was like, wait, what?
Beats by Dre. Hey, let me tell you, his prescription, he prescribes pot for everything.
Right.
Oh, you have lung cancer? You can't smoke or breathe? No weird. No weird. You got shot? All right, I got you. No weird. I'm dying here. I'm dying.
He's just like blowing smoke into the room.
Yeah. That's my doctor. It's a witch doctor.
Yeah, right?
Arise, chicken, arise.
Chicken arise.
Arise, chicken, arise. That guy was a doctor.
You know, this would be the great match to do that storm off commentary.
Oh yeah.
Well, well, remember, that's how we have to start our podcasts from now on. It's, I will be on the storm right now, and then hey, Sahaj, remember, Sahaj, remember, if we do a podcast, it has to start off with storm count 1. Okay, so blah, 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 storming off. We have 30 minutes for our podcast. How's it going, guys? And welcome to the storm count.
Especially with another game in there.
No, it's a podcast, but while you're talking in the background, you hear someone go, storm count 10, cast this.
But I still prefer the return.
What are you looking for?
Yeah.
Innistrad? I think it's Absent or Sword.
Well, we're in the next 5 minutes.
So I hope you guys are enjoying this little side game while we're waiting. It's the age-old classic of Twin versus Merfolk. We are not playing Modern. Actually, these are players that are Modern players that decided to play their Modern decks and turn them into Legacy decks. Yes, you could do this if you want to get into the format. Don't let certain barriers scare you. I'm actually playing a Modern deck, I'm playing a Burn deck in Legacy, and it's cheaper than the Modern version. So if you really want to play Legacy, you can. Do not let the buy-in for certain lands deter you. Is that a true name? Sweet. Can you name a judge instead of the opponent?
Player in the game.
Okay.
That's what I had in my I knew it was some game, bro. I had a Beastmaster Ascension in hand at 6 creatures in play. But he went off.
It'll happen. So your match finished?
We're done. Yeah, he got 2.
Alright guys, so any minute we're going to get round 3 started, okay? Just FYI. So you'll probably see a D&T or a Delver. I don't know what else is XO in the room, but I think those are the 2 XOs right now. So you'll be able to see that. I think it's going to be D&T and Delver. I'm not sure yet. We'll find out in a moment.
Yeah, go ahead.
Alright guys, take like 2 minutes to grab some food, pick up your decks, whatever you're doing.
Thank you.
Next round is posted so you can see your place. Do not start the game.
I put a rupee right back, right?
This is my city, my home. After years of searching, I've come to find a refuge from this life of endless turmoil. But of late, activities amongst the guilds of Ravnica has drawn my attention. The Azorius magistrates behave with impunity, imposing ever greater dictates upon the citizenry, while the Bacchanal of Rakdos has taken on an added fervor, giving me pause in light of other guild activities, such as those of the quietly powerful Selesnians, preparing themselves for something, and to what end? And the Golgari, providers of questionable sustenance. Their rot lies under the surface, for now. As for the Izzet, the mad thinkers, Ravnica's frenzied engineers, their activities have intensified, and more guilds remain. I sense another power at work, a potent mind I cannot identify. What force is at work here? And what does it mean for Ravnica? This is my city, my home. After years of searching, I've come to find a refuge from this life of endless turmoil. But of late, activities amongst the guilds of Ravnica has drawn my attention. The Azorius magistrates behave with impunity, imposing ever greater dictates upon the citizenry, while the Bacchanal of Rakdos has taken on an added fervor, giving me pause in light of other guild activities, such as those of the quietly powerful Selesnians, preparing themselves for something, and to what end? And the Golgari, providers of questionable sustenance. Their rot lies under the surface, for now. As for the Izzet, the mad thinkers, Ravnica's frenzied engineers, their activities have intensified, and more guilds remain. I sense another power at work, a potent mind I cannot identify. What force is at work here? And what does it mean for Ravnica? This is my city, my home. After years of searching, I've come to find a refuge from this life of endless turmoil. But of late, activities amongst the guilds of Ravnica has drawn my attention. The Azorius magistrates behave with impunity, imposing ever greater dictates upon the citizenry, while the Bacchanal of Rakdos has taken on an added fervor, giving me pause in light of other guild activities, such as those of the quietly powerful Selesnians, preparing themselves for something, and to what end? And the Golgari, providers of questionable sustenance. Their rot lies under the surface, for now. As for the Izzet, the mad thinkers, Ravnica's frenzied engineers, their activities have intensified, and more guilds remain. I sense another power at work, a potent mind I cannot identify. What force is at work here? And what does it mean for Ravnica? This is my city, my home. After years of searching, I've come to find a refuge from this life of endless turmoil. But of late, activities amongst the guilds of Ravnica has drawn my attention. The Azorius magistrates behave with impunity, imposing ever greater dictates upon the citizenry, while the Bacchanal of Rakdos has taken on an added fervor, giving me pause in light of other guild activities, such as those of the quietly powerful Selesnians, preparing themselves for something, and to what end? And the Golgari, providers of questionable sustenance. Their rot lies under the surface, for now. As for the Izzet, the mad thinkers, Ravnica's frenzied engineers, their activities have intensified, and more guilds remain. I sense another power at work, a potent mind I cannot identify. What force is at work here? And what does it mean for Ravnica? This is my city, my home. After years of searching, I've come to find a refuge from this life of endless turmoil. But of late, activities amongst the guilds of Ravnica has drawn my attention. The Azorius magistrates behave with impunity, imposing ever greater dictates upon the citizenry, while the Bacchanal of Rakdos has taken on an added fervor, giving me pause in light of other guild activities, such as those of the quietly powerful Selesnians, preparing themselves for something, and to what end? And the Golgari, providers of questionable sustenance. Their rot lies under the surface, for now. As for the Izzet, the mad thinkers, Ravnica's frenzied engineers, their activities have intensified, and more guilds remain. I sense another power at work, a potent mind I cannot identify. What force is at work here? And what does it mean for Ravnica?
This is a very interactive. Triple fish. I know yours better. Yeah. Started playing.
This is my city, my home. After years of searching, I've come to find a refuge from this life of endless turmoil. But of late, activities amongst the guilds of Ravnica has drawn my attention. The Azorius magistrates behave with impunity, imposing ever greater dictates upon the citizenry, while the Bacchanal of Rakdos has taken on an added fervor, giving me pause in light of other guild activities, such as those of the quietly powerful Selesnians, preparing themselves for something, and to what end? And the Golgari, providers of questionable sustenance. Their rot lies under the surface, for now. As for the Izzet, the mad thinkers, Ravnica's frenzied engineers, their activities have intensified, and more guilds remain. I sense another power at work, a potent mind I cannot identify. What force is at work here? And what does it mean for Ravnica?
It's not mine. Oh, you? Oh, Can I tell you something?
This is my city, my home. After years of searching, I've come to find a refuge from this life of endless turmoil. But of late, activities amongst the guilds of Ravnica has drawn my attention.
You can't say that you don't have God.
The Azorius magistrates behave with impunity, imposing ever greater dictates upon the citizenry. While the bacchanal of Rakdos has taken on an added fervor, giving me pause in light of other guild activities, such as those of the quietly powerful Selesnians, preparing themselves for something, and to what end? And the Golgari, providers of questionable sustenance. Their rot lies under the surface, for now. As for the Izzet, the mad thinkers, Ravnica's frenzied engineers, their activities have intensified, and more guilds were made. I sense another power at work. A potent mind I cannot identify.
All right, we're coming back onto the stream.
Temur Delver versus DNT. Rug Delver, my bad. Temur Delver's for the modern.
Does that bug you when he does that?
Well, it's Rug Delver, and that's kind of what it really is.
I was just trying to make a carpet statement.
Canadian threshold.
Is it really Rug? Is it really?
It's because before cons there was no Temur. So it's Rug Delver. It's Rug.
See, normally we would do this on the other screen, but for now it's okay.
Yeah, he should be. He beat me the last round. It was a good match. We actually went to game 3.
Oh wow.
Yeah, it was to the top deck. I top decked Mountain. He top decked Force of Will.
So we're about to start round 3, guys. Okay, we got 2 people that are 2-0 still. As you see, Delver versus Texas. We'll see who takes it. Let's update here the rounds.
I'm gonna go with the DNT deck because I'm a DNT fan.
Is that you think is gonna take it?
Well, I'm always gonna go for my.
I'm a fan of Don, so.
Oh, then there you go.
He's playing with DNT, so we'll see. But you never know. We might get
James is the underdog. Okay.
So we heard that this is probably going to be an interactive match.
Oh,
you heard it right here first, folks. Right here. We got a prediction.
Those odds.
Don against himself. Of course. Now, on the Delver, sorry, my friend, what's your name?
James.
James, perfect. So
His dad's on faculty here.
Oh, really? Nice. Who's your what school? What does he teach? Really? Nice. I don't know him. I'm on faculty too, actually. Starting July. So you see, we're actually probably the only Magic the Gathering channel that calls themselves a university that actually is made up of predominantly university professors.
People that work in the universities.
Yeah, exactly. So, yeah, isn't that interesting? Okay, so we got everything set up for the stream. Like I said, sorry guys, we don't have enough people to make a large, to have a dedicated announcer. So we're gonna set the microphone to be over the gameplay area.
So you guys can enjoy whatever witty banter or retorts these gentlemen have.
When our match is done, come by and check it out.
Enjoy.
That's right. Oh, you got I haven't seen. Oh, I haven't seen these. Yeah, he's going
Okay. You're doing the software.
I haven't seen this in a minute.
Yeah, but I'm almost never on Facebook.
James Mendes and
I'm terrible with names.
And Don.
Don, I know.
You don't.
It's what?
I mean, yeah, you can do draw.
That's telling them?
Yeah. It would have been dope. It would have been dope if this was kind of story. But he could have been great.
See right here? Target Volcanic
Cool. The thing is that there's people. Right now there's an SCG. So what happens is that the viewers they're watching the stream, but whenever they go in between rounds, they watch something else. They're probably in between top 8, top 4, and those are like 20-30 minute breaks. So Sunday is actually a good time for content. Because of the day 2 setup. Some bees. Yay! Yeah, I want to leave that one.
You're gonna get stifle. At least want to make it waste your turn.
Here, 10 is a good number. Ooh.
Thought about doing it in separate. No, it's not that easy. Cool. Yeah.
I had to get the chance with my take it a little random. I love people being yeah.
I hope not for their sake.
It's all basic because it would make everything in play amount. So therefore, they're basic lines.
You know what I'm
Yeah, we all know what we're playing.
Cards in your graveyard?
playing the same archetype.
6. And pass.
Yeah, it should get 3. Go ahead.
I'm like the champion of wander shovels. Yeah. Nobody has that right now. Keep on top. Yep. 3.
Good as game 1 could have gone.
Next week I'll get your pizza. Or next time we have this.
Like that.
Yeah, I know you like. Eidolon of the Great Realm would be hilarious.
Yeah, he has to do it now.
Yeah, that's what I just did to a Storm player. Turn 2 Eidolon, he's like,
hey, harsh
I
mental,
tried to
man.
go.
I'm telling you, harsh mental.
Try to heal up. Friday, it
didn't work.
It didn't work because I didn't have enough mana because I didn't have enough life.
Yep.
Yep. I have a question actually. All that I do tendrils. When I lose people
First
to
one?
tendrils?
1.
Let's say I go down to 2. I cast tendrils.
Okay, well, Tendrils is a 4-mana spell, and therefore wouldn't trigger the Eidolon. So I'd say, no, Johnny, you don't lose. I mean, that's just my expert opinion.
If he's gonna scoop, I'm gonna let him scoop.
I mean, by all means, yeah.
Well, no, I didn't have the mana either.
Oh, okay. That's the important thing.
Yeah, he would have had to cast, more Lion's Eye Diamonds, more Lotus Petals, and at that point, he'd take so much burn, he'd be dead.
Man, that match is just like Johnny lighting himself on fire. I love that imagery.
That was the most value I've ever gotten out of an Eidolon. Normally they die a lot faster than that.
Yeah, because
Killed him.
everyone
Scared him until turn till game 2.
What do you do? 8 damage? They didn't even swing for an attack.
That's probably
Brutal, bro. I killed myself. Why not getting life off
Johnny, we have thoughts lately that we're not okay with it.
What happened?
No damage.
Being like a skull crawler right now.
Yeah, we got it. Have a team.
No, if you skull crack the opponent,
Johnny, can you do me a favor?
No.
Yeah. If I block, if you block, you face full practice. Because pro something you
Somebody pick up a phone?
Yeah, it's right there.
Wait, thanks.
We've been calling who it was.
Oh, man, that was
Your
really
name has to be on the wall.
Yeah.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
I'm trying to ignore everyone. Or you can ask for damage every time.
There's a drum token there.
There's a drum token. We're not jack.
Sign it in. Number.
Did you cut her? Yeah. You got drum token.
Break the first.
There you go.
What he did with the consistency, and I knew the consistency.
That's my favorite reaction to Gataxian
No
Pro.
creatures.
I can't.
You do that. You're gonna get rid of my ones. Of course you are. That's one card. I'm gonna circle the ball.
Yes.
So the ability happens first and... Yeah. Okay. Michael?
I have a judge question.
Yep.
Judge doing.
Go for it.
Just consult the internet.
Consult the internet.
There are only 3.
Life can happen all together if that's.
Yeah, no, it's not that.
Okay.
Oh yeah, I won. Does that work? Storm 1? Volcanic Island? 15. He's gonna make a white. Oh, sorry. No. I don't even know.
Oh, I misplayed that.
And that means hopefully you can't next Taiwan.
Sure. So
I should put creature up
yeah.
I wanted to save it for white.
We would have had to jump.
Yep.
Yeah.
Can use to stifle.
Nope.
It's not ideal to do this, but I can use to stifle. What is...
I was like, okay, this is one of those hands that I should
This match always produces these kinds of
awkward ones.
yeah, like you make one mistake and the entire thing falls apart.
I think I'm gonna see an illustrator. See how that goes.
First aggro.
Okay.
This is also why I think the people splashing red and black are wrong. So I'm splashing red and black, I lose this game. To your wasteland.
I want to see if this is a
Ponder, yep.
Yeah.
wrong on this side, but I would find out.
I was gonna say, even if you sack all those and build fine here.
You have to face against Baron, at least you know what to do.
Yeah, you don't say.
Woo! Hey man, Tora had to play Spinner Twin and Red White Baron. A very prevalent deck at the time.
Glacier still 3/4.
Glacier still 3/4.
Not red land.
I have not played a
Yep. Abrupt Decay, which does hit Eidolon.
I should have one more land.
No, I did not play a land every time. Also, I went first.
I'm actually.
Yeah.
That's why I went first.
I think you might have misplayed.
Wait, this is
first.
That's not right.
So I
Did you run any basics in there? Yeah, you should have fetched for the basics. It would have been one less damage.
Plus 2 Jace. Base to you.
But I wasn't gonna play that. So.
That's easy.
Johnny, you're such a screw. Thank you.
I mean, turn 2 Eidolon against Storm. Price of Progress surprisingly
Don't you
more.
have basics? And you didn't fetch for that?
He should have fetched from the first time, the second time it wouldn't matter. He could have fetched and failed to find and still lost. That's like a legal move that you can do, by the way.
I'm always
wanted to be able to
You don't actually have to
your
roll it.
turn.
Right?
Yeah.
Just say, nope. I don't know why that's legal, but it is.
Right on. Long.
Wait, did you say you were land?
Yeah.
You guys think we're doing like 6 or 9?
Finder.
Oh, just, you don't run like City?
You end up taking 3. And then you game.
Why not City of Brass? Because Richie first.
So that trades.
Yep. Dies.
That dies, I leave 2 pieces up.
Yep.
Okay. Also, I did.
Okay.
This is the day.
2 cards in.
2 cards. Yep.
I am also looking for Goblin Knights.
No, Lewis hasn't.
Okay.
Yeah. Go ahead, sir.
In response. Planeswalker?
No, that was, yeah. I was playing then, but I was like 12, not very good. I was around and playing Magic.
You took 2 damage from that, right?
Yeah, I already
Is that 2 or 3 you put back? 2. Okay, it looked like 3 for a second.
And
Fuck that to yourself.
what's that?
Oh, sorry. What cards left? Combat.
Just 1.
Trample still goes on. In case you want to die, just trample stuff on his head.
I'd have sculpted out of my 60 for about 4 or 5 months.
Pass.
That's not how it works. You'll take 2 when you can. When it actually comes out.
Oh, you do Broad? That was like the, so you like send a card through, which ended up with this. Yeah.
I'm casting it next turn.
I want to be my shirts for I mean, I'm running all the spells, which is nice. I did the original Thunder card on anyone. I got the foil one. I want them to do that. Yeah,
I say 10 always patient.
But you know I have 2 mountains and a certain road, right?
This is almost surely garbage. You play like EDH, I've seen EDH players trade for things.
Hello.
Yeah, it's my job rare market. I bring it to some car. Crap from EDH.
With that, actually, can I activate the effects? So we declare monsters that. Yeah, but you could get right there.
Probably not. Probably not.
I assemble a guy that I'm after the play, and I put a 10 on the face of whatever, and I can make a copy of that time.
Playing the other formats?
But I have that.
I guess so.
Fire and
draw. I mean, I just like I guess short target spells. Using Jace, just dribbling more lands. So it's relevant what you did actually. I guess killing me at one point. And killing Jace.
Jace and then you, because I keep seeing you looking at the cards. And I see my stuff.
Yeah, but you don't care if I see your stuff. You kind of kill me as fast as possible.
I need burn, start trying to bottom.
I mean, your deck's mostly burn and barely plays any lands, so the likelihood of you drawing burn anyways is fighting so, also, I can't afford to look at the top part of your deck if I need to draw cards, as you saw in the last 7.
I was gonna Searing Blood the dude. And I drew my 1-of that I've been dying to cast and I've not been able to cast yet.
Just do it.
Hey, do you run this?
Yep.
Oh, it's your burn deck?
We should make
It's okay. It's okay. Yeah. Sure. You want me to be bored?
I have one first one.
Yep.
Because I brought this in.
So it comes back at the end of my turn.
This was during my end step?
During your end
yeah,
step.
It's gone for mine.
Like my EDH storm deck, since it's a singleton deck, I go fishing with it as a storm spirit.
Which is actually
To know,
probably
okay, I
convenient
have
if you
this
had
card
like
in here,
a
every piece, every card is a piece to a puzzle. You know, like I'm thinking of putting in Heartless Summons on my general.
Combat.
So my general cost, so that I can storm off easy. Like just little pieces.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
I would have never kept that hand, by the way. If it was game 1 and I didn't know what I was playing against, I would never kept that hand. Since I knew I was on storm, I was like, yeah.
Yep. Pass. I don't know why. Supported today.
Yay!
What?
Better than me.
I'm just gonna show this.
I'm doing better than you, but in spite of just being stupid at times. The second round, that's like really stupid. Two cards in hand.
So that's the way you want to get into hand?
It's a very
Because he's going to dash 2 for the next turn, right? So now, obviously, you're going to play protection from green line. You should play yours, those 2. Let's say, and you show me what you got. This operation makes that last turn.
Here we go.
That's why I have so much. Here we go now. Even if I'm not boom.
Great game. Love these games. It's always like there's like a single term. It's like I need this to go exactly this way, and if it does, I probably win. If it doesn't, I lose.
What's up in the top 5? Because I had to use a token to get missing. Bring him out.
Sure you will.
Baby. Yeah, because there's
that's legendary land, yeah, okay, legendary.
Yeah, the Canonist is actually very awkward against you because it helps, but you can never know which one to hit the yard.
What do you normally play? Standard?
Pop this baby.
Yeah.
So, 5. The baby plus 3 is
Yeah, that's completely understandable. What I tell people, like that one story that I want to say, I tell them, give away a booster to the person that beats you. That's what my buddy does at MTG. He's like, you beat me today, I'll give you a booster.
I already have what's in your turn. I'm going to sack the scribe. This is all more dark matter. Probably going to be dark matter.
What do you play medium?
Probably going to be dark matter. This will be dark matter. Dark
Old or new?
Dark rebellion right there.
And you what? I have a CPC ad nauseum deck. Like it's alright. Type shit. But I only play that with like the sexy Gotcha. Yeah. Exactly.
No, yeah.
You're not trying to be a spike.
Yeah. Well, this is, if we're using Costello, so this is 6,000.
Sure.
No,
that's funny. I have 3 that are originally considered competitive.
I think he said spell Pierce.
It does have a
one is a 4 mono white the other one is ad nauseum one. And then I have these on. That guy is tier 1. You can win on turn 4. You like untap your O's, untap your O's, and you just
Wait, no, you're taking a bit. Are you going to bit?
Yep.
I generally don't.
Like literally, yeah, literally.
Unless it's like training, like weekends or foreigners.
That deck, like Sky Ranger,
This is finishing up for MCAT right before. Taking her
See what I'm doing?
However,
but those decks I only take to like the SEG events.
That's from 30.
30.
But there's a great That was worst case scenario. Alright, see, so worst case scenario is everything your first time, you're gonna do tough. But notice how that don't even have so
Oh, it's 30.
I went after your red mana. You didn't have any red.
Yeah. I mean, I also didn't see any red cards, but
So I have on Moto.
it's definitely the right play.
Gotcha.
Usually I'll go after
Gotcha.
green.
So
drops,
on Moto,
but
I
you
like
already
to.
had two, so.
Yeah, it was.
That's turn 1.
That was T1. I didn't get to cast anything. I didn't even get to play my
Then you had
like
four.
Oh, he revealed your hand. I had to reveal my hand. That's that way.
You could play like 2 a turn.
I had an Eidolon in hand. I would have been able to land it. He would have been able to.
I mean, I'm over 3. Clearly.
Did you have the stifle that one turn where I played the flicker wisp on my?
It was on top.
Yeah.
Okay, so I
It was definitely the right.
I would have lost, I think.
And I
Well, he didn't have the
Travis
great
Cole needs
shot.
to come in now.
It was two.
I had my own turn 1.
I can do those on your turn.
Basically, I
When
was
they both happen, blah, and I just immediately win.
attack for, I guess, 5 times.
If I stifle either one of them,
Then
that's
I'm
it.
dead.
Yeah.
So I'm like, I just need to play to not lose.
Quick Wisp is any non-land permanent or any permanent?
Permanent. Well, other than itself.
Other than right, any other.
A ghoul fight deck on Moto because I wanted to build a budget deck.
You don't have to show me.
But it plays all the green red fight cards. So it's basically green red control.
Yeah,
If it wasn't for stifle,
Stifle, it definitely.
Flicker, Glaive,
It
combat,
fights my creature.
block
Double
a.
block
with
everything
that,
else, and
I
I lose
go-
all my
someone
creatures. I
goes,
get a Goif back, but
Last one
Goif
was
can't raise
on
the
stack. I'm like,
batter score.
ooh, I quit calling.
I mean, even though it would be a 4/5.
It's like 15 games out.
But I would have.
And they're like, really?
I would
I'm
have.
like, yeah.
I wouldn't have had
He's
to
like,
lose.
the one
Correct.
guy's like,
Yeah,
alright,
you
fine,
would've
ball,
lost
try
the
make
rest
my
of
shit
them.
indestructible.
I would have lost. I would have
Well,
either
his
been
stuff,
able to
his
keep
stuff.
Salia or
It's not my, no. So,
Which I probably just had Salia at that point. Or straight.
But you sent it already. In fact, I sent it.
Oh, where's?
I found I sent it to them.
Did you have?
Before you replied. I had already found it.
Did you have problems with where, Louis?
Okay.
Right now, yeah.
It happened at work on.
I didn't get. Well, that's what I'm saying is one of them is not all together. Yeah. Played you the
Corco, Miami.
Someone's played Sharp a lot. Someone's played that's this deck I played the second for those guys times.
Yeah, it was
Very
something
rare
wrong.
is it correct to keep a hand when investing this turn. Unless
Yeah,
you're looking
maybe
at
like-
multiple goifs. Even then.
We used to do that in the 90s. No harm, no foul. ECI wasn't always around. So I wanted to.
That was yeah. He gets those left hand. It doesn't go up, it doesn't go off.
Yeah, that was for fun. No.
I couldn't get a consistent. I mean, I knew that going into this tournament, like I'm putting for stuff that people.
Yeah, like.
Do right every time.
What do you got? Would you want? Come on, Johnny. But first we have to adjust the. Sorry guys, tables moved a little bit, so I'm just gonna.
What happened?
The tables moved once we started.
Ah.
Is that straighten it, Johnny? Huh? Is it straight now?
No. This way. Go this way.
More?
Yeah, a little bit more.
Wait, what's the
Right there.
Anyway,
It's that's delayed.
Yeah. Oh, you said draw.
It's fixed on the. Oh yeah, no, it's perfect.
So my sideboarding plan for you was I took out all my price paragraphs.
I have one.
I took out
I go in.
and I brought took that out. I brought in 50 needles so I can name Moxhole Blue. I don't know if that's good or not.
Go ahead.
So much illegal playing going on over here.
Wait, what was the illegal play?
He's just chain lightning someone twice on his opponent's turn.
Oh.
Card's very good. It's almost like lightning bolt in.
Yeah, it looks like a lightning bolt. He's got the new one that looks like a lightning bolt.
Oh, that's why. Yeah. I would make that mistake.
That's illegal.
That's a good one. Brainstorm later.
Sorry guys, what's the record right now? 1-0.
Oh, much better.
This is supposed to be scoring match. Is your sideboard look anything like
Did you
Stuff format.
No, the dynamic do it themselves.
Yeah, same with the
Now that we have the
Did we get the wasteland?
we're gonna switch the microphone.
Yeah, we wastelanded.
So I was talking this whole time. Can I get my phone and charger?
No, you may not. Did you win your round?
I did.
Oh, then you can start.
He got it.
Charging is for winners.
Rip. Not me.
Drugs are for losers.
For that reference?
That's like a
Isn't like with like drugs are for losers?
No, like Harrington Ross.
Hey, we're on the light.
No, no, that's reference. No. What movie?
What's going on?
He Evan mind censored and
In response to
cracked the
fetch?
fetch,
Ooh.
which I guess he didn't find anything, but he put a goif out.
Oh, okay.
That's pretty strong.
I mean, it's answerable.
It is answerable for D&D, but it's still pretty good.
It's a threat.
I mean, what is
That's
it?
a card advantage right now.
Oh, look right.
It's a 3-4 right now, so that's pretty good.
One of these.
You know what else is pretty good?
What?
When people join us for the streams, hi
But it's
everybody.
rest in
How's it
peace.
going?
And
It's commentary.
it's time to Trump.
R.I.P. Goif.
Alright.
So like if you're running like
So I said goif. What's the goif in there?
It's R.I.P. Goif. He rest in peace to Goif.
They can't like search. They
So
can't
it's a
really, like,
0-1?
search.
It's a glorified chump blocker, yeah.
Exactly.
It's a really
It's expensive.
It's a really undervalued wall.
But at least it's foil, right? I mean,
What colors is rubbed over?
I just put those in today.
No abrupt decay.
Man, though, he.
The reason why
Not
I
gonna
wanted
lie, though.
this route was because
is that Imperial armor?
that doesn't deal damage to people.
Even
who
with. Alright, so
Well,
what's
I have,
interesting is he has even
I have
9
Seared
Censor,
Blades.
Yeah.
and he's fetching, he still gets land drops.
Yeah.
Ooh.
That's actually pretty crazy.
Mana weave.
I have.
I mean, he's been shuffling before, so.
Nah, mana weave.
Yeah, alright.
But like I'm only
Sorry,
running.
Merfolk player. How's it feel not being on the table?
Yeah, I want to know how
Path
this
and
works
legacy.
out.
And then look at the top 4.
Oh,
This is too
you're right.
spicy.
Seems good against Storm.
This is too good.
But then again, so does
Is he
Island.
not searching?
Turn 2
Yeah,
Island.
Guess not.
Because they even mind sensors in play.
Yeah, but you can still search.
You can still search, but only the top 4.
Right.
You take them off the colors. Okay.
Ooh, the D&D player is just being aggressive.
Aggressive, they're being controlled even.
It's aggressively controlling.
It's tempo.
That recipe's really screwed him up right now.
Oh, yeah.
But he got
There's
A
like
answer.
so many illegal plays.
What really sucks though is that wasteland's useless
I
here.
brought in the Piffy needle.
Yeah, he kind of needs it. He's really constricted on mana.
And there's nothing in wasteland really. Just the
Sure, the Croc is.
I mean, but like,
why would you do that to yourself?
He doesn't run legendaries from what we
The
know.
only reason why I brought it in is because like.
But freaking. I don't know the format. Wasteland.
We don't know.
Yeah.
Oh, hi,
Volcanic,
Dom.
actually.
You know the format. Come here.
All I know about the format is burn, apparently.
Yeah, for real. How does it feel going against Burn 3 times in a row?
Thespian stage.
Don't worry, I went against Storm. It's my only win.
Second rest in peace.
2 rest in peace. That's actually pretty good.
Wait, did he stifle the wasteland?
Yes.
I guess so.
He stifled something.
He stifled the wasteland. Huh?
This is round 3, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Stifle's nasty.
Alright, well, it's
Yeah,
impossible
Stifle's
for me to
gross.
play against burn again, so.
I played it.
Oh, but he has that. I mean, that helps.
What happened? What is that? Oh,
Like, I still kind of feel bad about it. No, like
standard. Okay.
So
He played
if he
like
really
Temple of
needs
Abandon
it.
turn 1.
Okay.
Like he looked at
I
his
don't
top
think
card.
he should here, unless he has a fetch.
I mean, he has to do something.
And
Sarah Venture in play. Ivan Mind Sensor
something
2.
like that.
But he can use like
And I'm like,
on the Sarah Adventure.
turn 2.
Sure.
Better
than
for Invoker and I go.
Probably
Sylvan
gonna
Grade.
see that line.
It shows me his hand 3 carried
Dude,
his
that or you-
no other lands. Hacks it up and goes hard.
Oh, he could do that too.
Ooh, okay.
So he deals
That's
one.
boom, right?
That's fire and ice.
Oh, okay.
So he does 1 damage and 1 damage.
Okay, that's a play.
Yeah.
Okay.
And that is.
So with the Ivan Mind Sensor off the table, we're gonna see the Delver player have a lot of breathing room in terms of utilizing their
Fetches? Yeah, now they can
fetches, brainstorm.
Not Brainstorm has nothing to do with that.
Yeah, Brainstorm doesn't matter.
What do you mean? Without Ava Mind Sensor, you take away the whole power of the fetches.
You draw 3 cards.
Oh, I know what you're saying.
Yeah, like-
but that doesn't matter here. Like if he really needed, okay, if he needs to brainstorm, then he's just gonna go for the 3. It doesn't matter if he gets a fetch or not.
He's like, really?
Because he's
Yeah, but
already
then
on
it,
like.
it makes fetching away significantly worse.
It is. It's already significant worse with the even.
One source
period.
like a white mana somewhere in the deck. Just
There you
put it
go.
in the sideboard.
What he said.
Yeah, just like
I hate elves.
We all hate elves.
Yeah.
At the right time, it's a blowout result.
But the funny thing
I don't
is,
understand.
Oh man.
Oh yeah, it's true.
it's the same game.
Sometimes they hit Trader Hoof anyway.
The attacks, I didn't even tap mana. I nothing. I just go.
Inclusion and taxes
I showed it to him. He's like, really? I'm like, yeah. Just sign this.
My favorite is there's like it's like one of the best
How come?
Star City games.
It's just not good enough.
matches.
Oh, okay.
And they're playing like Hypergenesis versus Elves.
Okay.
And they both sit there the first couple turns doing nothing. No land.
And Rug Delver
Nothing.
I
They're
was
just
just
pass back and
like,
forth discard. Pass
because
back
of,
and forth discard. Hypergenesis goes off, and like Elves
Infernal
lands like
Tutor,
Emrakul, Progenitus, like a bunch of dumb
Elves,
shit, and
those
Hypergenesis
two
like.
decks I think are going to be like.
Okay.
They play,
Yeah, you're right.
They played like
Yeah.
Hypergenesis.
David My Sensor might make a comeback in next.
I think it like lists
Ciao,
features.
guys, don't move.
Oh, don't move, boys.
Yeah, it's sort of
I'm
like
gonna get footage for the website.
Oh, look, footage.
But it was a hilarious.
Do you want me to take off my jacket and my bag so they can see the Mirgan?
Oh,
Is that what you're about to ask me?
Look how cute that tripod is. Aw.
Looks like my pen.
Your pen isn't that big.
original when they had like Maple.
Actually, it does look like it.
Does what?
It looks like his pen.
Like a pen? What?
Like a pen.
Like he has a pen, and it looks like that pen.
It's like Avenger, like, these green bombs.
John, don't touch me. This is very suggestive. It's a family-friendly stream.
No.
Really? Eureka!
Okay, brainstorm.
Man, that's the third brainstorm we did this game.
Blood Moon?
Alright.
Okay. Okay.
I run
Alright.
You got James.
He has answers.
Got answers.
So Heartless
He might be able to make
Don't call it a comeback, folks.
Don't call it a comeback yet. Comeback is a very loose term against defensive attacks.
It's hard.
It's hard.
It's possible.
Oh, bloody hell.
What? Oh, you didn't charge it, did you?
Not only did I didn't charge it, I didn't bring a memory card.
L.
Wait a minute.
That's
Just
an
in case I
L.
always carry it back up.
It takes a.
SD.
Oh, I have an SD card.
Oh, you're the best. Because I don't know if mine is here. However, the battery is very low, but the good thing is I did bring a charger. So,
But the question is,
That's
oh, look at John being the plug of his 2DS, bro.
Oh my
oh
god.
my god.
Dread babies.
I need that back so I can.
No, of course.
Save my games.
You guys don't have proprietary memory cards anymore?
No. I don't.
I don't even know what that is.
Do me a favor, can you plug that into that?
Should I?
Chris, I'm gonna move your deck box.
Alright, folks. We're back.
Most of them would have gone on the floor and I
We were here the whole time, but we weren't talking.
Wait, did they just ask where you guys were?
Nah. They don't care.
You just felt like telling them?
I felt like being a nice guy.
A very intense match going on. Trying to commentate with.
I can't even speak about it.
Yeah.
Oh, actually,
Because we don't know.
it's okay, I got it. Thank you, though.
When there's 3 cards on the board, that's called the ham sandwich.
Seriously, though, thank you, man.
Ooh.
Appreciate
No problem.
Yeah, if 2 of the cards
I
are the same,
technically always carry one with me,
there's
so it all
another card
bounces
that's
off.
not, that's a ham sandwich.
We have the pseudo hand sandwich who's got 2 RP.
No, he does though. He got.
You
He
know what's
got.
called Mutotoots? Alright, if anyone wants to know. You can't say Mutable.
Yo, John, what are you doing?
I'm making sure I get
This
in.
ain't the playground,
I'm
dog.
on the commentary action.
Guys, we're an institution of higher learning. Let's keep it refined.
Hey, and that's game.
Good game.
Ooh,
Don,
what happened?
did you have the game up?
There's 6 cards.
Game 2? Alright, so Don wins.
So it's probably gonna be me.
The 2
Don
rest
casting
in
the
peace.
white lightning bolt to kill off his opponent at 3.
And he's not just saying that because it's Don's dream.
What happened?
He just couldn't get there.
He had no answers to the creature.
Play Magic and chew some gum.
Rest in peace, really showing his power in that game.
Yeah, rest in peace.
Yeah, man.
I think it's next on the ban list.
A glorified wall.
I think
So
our
guys,
next on the
let's
ban
get
list.
your opinions on this match.
Oh, really? It was a good match. Saw the whole thing.
Only 3 undefeated.
We don't know this one.
It was fun to watch.
It was a fun match to watch.
I saw him.
What do you think
get
about the clutch
arrested.
plays? How about maybe, for example, the rest in peace? What did you guys think about the rest in peace?
It's a blowout.
Especially for rugby.
It's definitely a very strong answer because you killed your Tarmogoyf. You probably killed Snapcaster, right?
Yeah.
Snapcaster.
You have to get closer, otherwise I won't see you.
Yeah, alright. I got farther. Turns out Rest in Peace is very good against Rug Delver. It makes Nimble Mongoose a 1 mana, what, like 0-3 or something? Makes that card awful.
1 mana wall.
Wall. Yeah.
Then you got 2 mana wall and Tarmogoyf.
Yeah.
So all his creatures are walls.
Now, a little bit of a non-bow in my personal opinion, because all of Death and Taxes ground creatures, it's really hard to attack with the 0-3 Nimble Mongoose.
It's true.
But when you have 0-1, really hard to attack to the 0-1 Nimble Mongoose. 1-1, whatever, who cares?
I care.
It's pertinent, bro. First strike.
You're right. Trades with
Not
trades
Talia.
with literally nothing in that deck.
Imperial Retreater. Or guard.
You don't know what spicy tech.
Blocks Mom really great.
Yo.
Yeah, sure.
Mom.
Dice to removal.
Dice to removal, yeah. He's right. Dice to removal.
Listen, rest in peace of the blowout.
Really,
We had
very strong
we had
answer.
a ham and cheese sandwich in there.
Ham and cheese sandwich.
You don't even know what you're saying.
We
Huh?
had 2 rest in peace.
Even Mind Sensor.
Even my sensors.
Making fetching a real difficult thing.
Planes.
Cutting off his lands, mana, taking a lot of his cards. Not so great. Rug Delver, really tough time against Death Taxes.
Yo.
I mean, every deck is.
All right.
We've got more matches for you
Yo,
coming up soon.
opinion time. What do you? Nah. I appreciate the matchup.
Okay.
It's really skill intensive. I mean,
Okay.
Don's been playing the deck for 5 years. I just started Legacy. I mean, there's a lot for me to learn,
Yeah,
and
true.
I'm pretty happy
What
to
is
against
this?
I'm
such a
drinking
good
excuses
pilot.
for why he sucks.
I mean, I could have stormed off the prop, but it doesn't matter.
It's okay.
Sad. All right. So Delver, what y'all boys think about Bone Picker?
I'll play Delver. Oh, Bone Picker?
Bone Picker.
I don't even
Which format though? Like
Bro,
just in
Legacy.
general? Oh, in Legacy?
Yeah, bro.
You like the thing we're streaming right now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wait, the 4 mana 3/2 flyer?
Yeah.
No, but if
it's
something
a
dies,
4-drop,
it's a 1-drop.
It turns into a 1-drop.
Yeah.
I mean,
A lot of people want to.
I don't know about Legacy.
A lot of people. A lot of people
It
want
was
to.
more towards Legacy. I feel like it was more towards.
Yeah, bro.
Modern.
Just super aggro. Don was talking about it, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
Don, what's your take on Bone Picker and Delver? The flying.
The 1 mana.
The Black Delver, yeah.
African American Delver.
Yeah.
I can see it.
Black and white.
Doing what?
Really? Then hey, I might actually make that deck competitive.
I like it when I would like to.
Dude, would you like to come in front of the comments?
And I'm gonna minus 3 that.
I think those 2 cards go extremely well together.
Oh, that's.
Cabal Therapy,
You like
also
that.
a good card to have in
That's your
in
jam
your deck with
Yeah.
that.
I really liked it because I'm
Turn 2,
interested
Vexing
for
Devil,
2
they
reasons.
choose
One,
to
I want
sack and you Bone
stream.
Picker. That's
2,
gross.
because I actually have the shell for
Gross.
There's so much
Vexing
gross
Devil.
things you could do though.
And I
Oh, you
stopped
got rid of
playing
my
it, just
Delver.
wouldn't-
Well, here's my next
I mean, this
Delver.
was a consistent deck too.
And it's a different
Christian,
color.
Make it for Don, please.
But make it from Don. All right, Don. We can hug it. We can hug it out.
Oh god.
You can hug me.
Chris, did we get the
Don,
What up?
see that?
There you go. So we were just talking about. Oh, you're so tall.
Oh, he's convinced. Yo, Don, are you trying to convince us that it's good? Because he thinks
convince
it's,
what?
He thinks it's. He's tricking. You're tricking us, bro.
No, I think it could be good. It's been a while since I looked at it. It's 4 mana.
Let's pull it up right now. What's the name of the picture?
Bone Picker. It's a 4 mana 3/2, 3 and a
Bone
black.
Picker.
Yeah.
That
3
flies.
Takes bones.
And it has death touch. Does it have another ability or just
I think it's
Flying Death Touch.
Flying Death Touch.
And you reduce
Death
the
Touch is-
cost by 3
Something dies.
if something died or something went in the graveyard this turn.
Oh, that specific wording goes in the graveyard is.
Or something, a creature died.
It's
Or
a creature dead.
It's when a creature dies.
And so you think that with the Vexing Devil is a good mix for like a shell?
It could be. Even if, like, let's say
So you
you're.
have 3 hyper efficient creatures now.
I mean, let's say
I
they
wouldn't
remove
blame someone for
your
brewing
Delver.
with it.
All right, well, you remove my Delver, now I have a Bone Picker out. It's still pretty good.
Yeah.
Like that's the thing.
The thing that's interesting about it is if Bug gets really popular, it gets around Abrupt Decay, which is very
Yeah.
Okay, but won't Abrupt Decay popularity go down since Miracles is out?
Well, it's one of those things like Abrupt Decay popularity by itself will go down, but Bug's popularity will go up.
So you think it'll just go back up?
So I think it might actually be a net increase of Abrupt Decays.
Food for thought.
Does that make
There's
sense?
gonna be a lot of weed coming out. That's what people are trying to put Storm in.
Right. Terminus is like the main weakness for Leovold.
I'm second with James. I don't know which one.
So
Sahaj, are you playing?
Terminus is less violent.
James is
Abrupt Decay has less things to hit.
But Sahaj does not come out on camera.
Like you don't play.
But not, so
That would be three drones
in a row, yeah.
You don't play a bug
Fair
deck.
enough, fair enough.
You don't play a bug
you go
deck.
camera next.
You don't
just
want to
You
to
guys
have
go camera next. Perfect.
Abrupt Decay to beat
You and
Miracles.
okay,
Right?
understand, yeah. So the same one.
That's not how it works. So I think the net, like there's going to be more bug decks in the meta because of no Miracles. So it could be like a net zero change. I could see it even going up.
I did like bone picker though. Bone pickers.
Yeah.
Like,
Alright.
I kind of like it's going to be like groundbreaking.
Yeah. But it's still something good.
Bring
about
it to the format.
Like to me, it's like if they remove a creature of yours, you
Like
still
if I was
value
playing
your
Grixis
knowledge.
Delver, I would experiment with like one and see how it works. Or like a super aggro like Grixis like one drop list.
Okay.
Like Vexing Devils, Lightning Blitz Changing, Stifles,
That actually sounds
Delvers,
nasty.
Bone Pickers.
No, because you're not really playing like that many.
Well, if you're playing Delver, you're trying to flip your Delver, so I assume that.
Would you be casting a lot to make value off prowess?
I think you would rather use the mana for creatures.
You'd rather have Death Ray Shamans. Swift Spear is for red blue. Blue Spear. Grixis.
Yeah.
So it'd be 4 Death Ray Shamans, 4 Vexing Devils, 4 Bone Pickers, 4 Delvers. Maybe like 2 or 3 Young Monies.
Yeah.
Chain Lightnings, Lightning Bolts. Stuff like that.
Do me a favor, can you type backspace 3?
Alright, well we got round 4 coming up. What do you need?
I'll take care of it. Yeah, pairings are up, guys. Alright, everybody, we're gonna...
So we're gonna have round 4 in a bit. Stay tuned.
Exactly. Coming right up. Stay tuned, guys. Stay tuned.
Nope. Oh!
I'm sorry, my friend. One more time. Your name?
This is my city.
One more time. I'm so sorry. Your name?
After
And
years of
deck
searching,
title for the
I've
stream?
come to find a refuge from this life of
Jake,
endless
well,
torment.
Dredge.
But of late,
You got it, man.
activities amongst the guilds of Ravnica has drawn my attention. The Azorius magistrates be...
Thanks, man. I just need to...
Doesn't put anything in the graveyard.
Damn, he's right. You realize that the only way I could legitimately play Dredge.
Rest in peace. He was in this room.
Very Don is the only one with
He's really good against Dredge.
There you go.
Don is the only one with rest in peace in this room. I'll run rest in peace in any of you. Oh, yeah?
Yeah. Jessica's fine.
That's why, yeah. You run those 4, 6, Jessica. Oh, by the way, I'll show it to you.
Because
Check out my spicy
to
one.
make up space
That's what she
for
said.
not having a lot of blue and red cards.
Yeah.
Also, I like Council Judgment.
All right, so the microphone is going to the player table up until the time we can get an announcer. So...
Enjoy, guys. Keep it PG. Sure. So actually, I was gonna say keep it G, but that doesn't happen.
That's that.
No. I can try. There's gonna be a lot of fist thrown.
Simply not a nice person.
Sorry.
You're all fine.
Okay. So, he said keep it PG. Does that mean we can't throw fists?
No gang signs.
No gang signs.
Hey, let me shake your hand now because we're not gonna interact in the game.
I need a bigger graveyard.
Play across here.
I am.
No, that's way to get straight. You just do 10 instead of 14.
I also want my deck over here.
What?
What?
deck down there next to your lens.
I gave you a headlight. Well, I'm lefty, so that I'll still take a
And down there, by your lens.
Can they see my deck?
You're rude, it doesn't matter.
See the deck I'm playing? Of course I'm rude. Are we gonna roll dice to those here?
Lands for price of progress.
Yeah, those awkward sized dice.
Yeah, it feels fun.
6. Oh, that does feel funny.
Right?
8. I'll go first.
Yeah.
Perfect. Do it for the stream. Damn. Do it for the stream. Okay.
I don't think I have anything to beat you, by the way. I'm just putting that out there.
How greedy am I? Okay. Alright. That kind of thing. Go. The timer is on. Get them all?
Sorry for the typo, guys. It's actually round 4.
And just so you're aware, my graveyard will be in front.
Oh yeah, of course, because you're at the special circumstance of being a Dredge player.
I mean, yeah. I wish I wasn't, but yeah. I love the deck. I can't complain too much.
I can.
You're a complainer. Go get your wheat. Go get your wheat. I'm on 5?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm glad I kept this bad hand.
I mean, it's like, if it wasn't for the fact that I knew what you were playing, I would have kept my opener.
You know when I'm playing, those.
I know you're playing. My opener does nothing
To be
against
fair, if
you.
Nimble Mongoose said all graveyards, it'd be busted here.
Turn 1 Mongoose is online. Let's go.
That's scary, actually. Eternal Mongoose, back LED. GG.
Okay. Keep.
Alright, you ready?
No.
Gemstone. Fine. I'm not done. Stop it. Oh, you do get a scry. Brings it 2.
Uh-huh.
Careful study.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
All yours.
Draw.
What's happening?
Seems good.
Yeah. Draw. Go.
Shut up, John. Anything I taught you, man? No.
See you, Brass.
Giant is control. Giant big people.
Lion's Eye Diamond. I gotta ask.
I totally understand.
Kind sir. We're gonna take a damage. Careful.
Sure it's not shot?
Positive. That would suck. Very good.
Make me happy.
Fair.
It makes you feel any better when I play in PTQs on Magic on my way to
You should webcam it? Like, stretch 5.
You can't stifle a Dredge.
No, you can't, which is great, actually. I just remember
For
that.
you?
For me, it's absolutely great.
But-
We'll pass the turn, yes.
Storm 4. Alright, 11. Pretty good. Where's the card for the
1 to 6 chance of.
When I get it, I'll see it. I don't have to show you the storm card. I can just say storm even if I don't even have a card.
We'll take one.
No, I mean, so how does the storm triggers go off if the storm?
The amount of spells the amount of spells that it makes.
That is rude.
Oh, okay. Every game technically storm is going away. Okay.
Did you use the price of progress to make him fetch? Good shit. Good stuff.
I
targeted this, but what was the point?
Creature count is every spell.
Yep.
I got 3 mana, so that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So I have 5 storms. I got 3 mana floors.
I mean, that's cute. Do I want to be cute right now?
Do you?
He did He's legitimately cute.
Is it good?
No.
Oh, maybe. But it's cute. I want to know how cute it is. On a scale of 1 to cats.
Wasteland.
No, don't do it. I'd recommend against it.
I know.
I'd recommend against it.
So,
I pitched a land. That tells you something.
No, I'm not going down to one. No. I'm going down to 1 mana.
Sure. What are you actually
Is it a Delver?
Discard my hand. Help it. I can search up for any card I want.
No red sources yet.
Float 4 mana. Deal
I audible.
and then deal 4 mana. And I had 3
Want to dredge for draw? Yep.
and I still won. I guess that price of progress thing isn't.
I flooded out.
You flooded out so hard.
That's my master.
But hey, I had the most price of progress.
Yeah, told you.
That was a really good dredge, actually.
No, I had the most and I won.
Like I said, you don't want to
Yeah,
waste
you do
land.
all
Okay, cool. And now Tim is gonna let me look at.
If I had wasteland, you wouldn't be able to do that.
I take 1 damage. And I go down to.
I'm going to pay a life.
Let me guess, you're sideboarding out price of progress?
We're going to cast
Really? How'd
Break
you know?
Yep.
I'm not siding right now.
First
Because
draw.
they force you to fetch.
So first draw.
No. My deck could definitely not win turn 1.
Yes.
1.
Yes, it can.
My deck?
Yeah, it can. Send me a spirit guide.
No.
Send me a spirit guide.
Second draw.
No, my deck cannot win turn.
That was spirit.
It requires the most ridiculous of. You'll find it.
Third draw.
Yeah, bro, that was, I was like, geez. It's rough.
We got to move over.
People get scared.
Two fetches. I'm like,
No, I don't.
Alright.
Crack it.
I
get Inferno to the
Yeah, it looks good on the screen.
Yep. We're going to resolve breakthrough by pitching the rest of our hands.
Do you play other formats other than Modern and Legacy? Do you play Lineage? How about Limited?
Get back Archivist.
I like playing the bad cards.
I cut you. We're going to sack in Archivist. Yep. To go off therapy.
I think it's one of those things that you have to like flex the muscle and
2, 3, 4 bridge triggers. Yep.
always, you know, like you gotta always
I'm sorry.
a little bit. But like keeping up with it isn't that bad. Oh wait, for me.
You know what's in my deck. What's gonna happen? Pretty much.
We're going to target you.
Yep.
Aiming Tarmogoyf.
Negative.
Strike. That's
Do it
not.
again.
Theoretically, that's good against Ghost Rider.
Well, you're a burn player.
Yeah, exactly.
Actually, you don't get it.
Hey, whatever. Everyone knows.
Yeah. My name's Stifle.
If you look at it, if you look at most big ass rocks,
2 mana for
protruding right from the freaking ocean.
That's 1.
Have it again.
3, 4,
So,
5, 6, 7, 8.
mountains.
I played at least 10.
Exactly. That's all it is.
So I'm gonna
All it is.
so gain 20.
When they say
you're gonna
island's the
take
best card, basically, I really mean mountains.
Well, I mean, how many other basic events? Because they're rare.
First draw.
Basically.
Oh, no.
I mean, I knew it, but I knew it was.
Going down to 1
Yeah, why not? Seen worse.
Actually,
I knew it had
well, no, it's for
you.
you.
I never.
I'll tell you after because I need to see it on card. I don't know if that's that wouldn't be
Sack 3. Total of 4 zombies.
They all get.
They get +1/+1 haste. Return.
There's so many burns in this. I just feel like having non-interactive game period.
You're a storm player.
All day. Hey,
I always have uninteractive. It's fine. I'm fine with that. I'm talking to poor John here. He wanted to interact today.
Yeah, it's almost like my deck is built around interaction.
Against the storm deck. I start off all quiet because I'm interacting until I lose, and then I start talking.
No, fair. Steve, this is an interesting matchup for you, huh?
Fairly confident I can't win this match. Yeah.
I don't know actually, to be honest.
Very confident I can.
Every creature has shroud whenever you get it, doesn't make sense.
Sacrifice? So I would draw 1, 2, 3 cards every creature.
2 for
We go Dredge when we don't have to. We can live overboard and we're not too scared.
Yeah, for back.
So, yeah.
So that's from 10.
12.
From 11. Draw 3. 1.
Take 2, take 3.
From 12. Draw 3. 14, 5, 15,
Dark will do
Oh shit. Nah, put it back on. That was good. Put it back on. It was good. Go.
I wouldn't do that wrong.
Yeah. I was like, what's happening? What's happening? Go.
John, should we go into the red house for payments or something? 20. Draw 3. Better than the green? I like the green one.
Yeah, okay. I mean, by the red pieces,
time.
that's switch it out. Yeah, you
Dawn's
At
deck
least
is...
I got some practice.
I'm really thinking the green.
You can still beat me. Stop this.
I like it.
What's your side?
I like it.
2 tournament scripts and that's it.
I'm glad you put Engraver hit in there. It's not great. It's not great with your Goy from the deck, so I didn't know if you add anything or not.
How much mana zero?
Tournament script is target opponent.
Right, but it still hurts your Goy. Usually.
No, my Goys can get 4 on their own.
That's true. Is it just 4 on their own?
For a red.
Well, 5 with the tournament script.
Right. That's fair. That's not too bad.
Exactly.
With my exile zone.
3.
I don't understand.
But that's it. I mean, I don't have anything else against it.
27.
Just draws both of them off. I guess I win.
Grave Trapper 28.
But they're black instead of
This is.
I assume you'll be on the play.
Black blue. And with splash of red. Cool. And modern is just red blue.
Got it?
No, I don't have it.
What do you at?
I'm at 8.
I don't.
Sure.
Suspect I shouldn't keep one.
Because it's like, it's either you got it or you don't, and then me, I'm like, I'm the same
When it's
thing.
not
You got
even.
it? I will try to do
Not
it in turn
effect.
2, not turn 1.
It's like one land, goose, double dolphin. Like,
It could be good because this is a rough hand. I actually am going to keep this and pray.
Most guys wish they could go off.
Can you copy it?
I've never had that be relevant before. It keeps going.
It does?
Yeah.
Okay. I got. I had 3 written. That sounds painful. Woo!
$1,000,001. Spicy.
He says.
Wait, was that chain landing going back and forth?
Yeah.
And I had 3 rip bolts. Oh.
I chain landing him, he did it back, I did it back to him.
Oh, so good.
So it's like, so that's how it works. Like you can continue.
Yeah.
As long as you recast a spell, he can recast a spell and back and forth. Go down to 5. That's not good.
Oh god.
I guess I should do the modern thing and play with my Dragon's Calls.
That's scary.
Actually, you know what's the
Sea
best
Berserker Pestilence.
card if I get a
Yeah, the 3 mana whenever red spells cast, you gain a life.
Because he has 2 different ways of.
Weird. Is Dragon's Claw 2 or 3 mana?
No.
Dragon's Claw 2 or 3? 2 mana? It's not bad then.
There's a card called Sanctimony. It's an enchantment. Whenever a opponent taps a red, you get it.
Savage.
It is a.
If you don't want to play like Sanctimony, then let's play that. I mean, if you don't want to play Dragon's Code, then let's play that. Yeah, I didn't know if I would have known that, I would not have copied it.
I don't think it would matter because you were at 7 and you know 5,000 attack. It just lost anyways.
Oh, okay. No, I would have gone to 4 because because you had the fire blast. Yeah. The thing is that I couldn't. I could have done the damage, but I would have killed him. That was the thing. But your fetches are risky. That's what I'm like.
They are. The one thing that when you're not running it, it's risky.
Yep. Because I was like, oh, he's thinking. It's a shot for himself.
Because you're pretty much beating the clock and you're
Frozen 3.
But it's not.
Crack lands of damage. Flashback?
Oh yeah, I took him all out. I took him all out. I even tell you what I brought it. You should know, I already told you my side. I have an idea of what I
Second one.
Yeah. No, you go off with empty the warrants. I go down to then 2, 3, 4.
So you're
hoping to see a Cabal there?
Because the people that like gangster don't have the specific feel and this here to grasp me. You like gangster rap, like straight up like?
No, I don't like straight up.
Okay,
Isn't that what Migos is?
No, Migos is not gangster rap.
Migos?
Migos is not gangster rap.
So what is he?
Well, I mean, I listen to gangster rap. I'm a DJ. I scratch.
Yeah, okay, there you go.
Like I have
Migos.
Migos is just. Oh, for real? Nice, but I was in the electronic scene.
They're not
I
gangster
DJ drum and bass. Anything with Mike Patton.
She like tried to tell me the record and it's like power.
Yeah, because it's on Epic.
Land, sorcery,
Oh yeah.
Well, you only listen
creature,
to violence. I consider that.
land, creature, sorcery, and shit.
I loved it.
Yep, no, it's
Also like lo-fi, hip hop.
I thought you were gonna know her, so.
Shadows the shit, then the automated the shit.
Oh, but it's nice. But hey. But hey, man.
I'll take the 3. Pass.
Good. I'll pass.
Upkeep.
Oh, for real?
Sure.
Are you gonna be she's got an education degree. Right now she's like a substitute teacher at like a school like for kids that have like autism and stuff.
That's good.
Because this is going to get
Elementary.
messy.
It's not realistic.
Why?
No, I asked because like a lot of my patients are autistic, so I know a lot of them.
If I'm like
I'm not that big.
The generals for business?
Oh, I have
That's it.
Huh?
I have the metal work.
I have mine.
Yep.
similar to autism. So this first look
Does he?
that's one of the TV show.
No, I have mild dyslexia. I do it all the time. I do things backwards.
It's more fairly nigh compared to autism.
That I do. Sure. I learned the alphabet backwards when I was a kid.
My dad
I
picked me
can
up.
say the alphabet.
That's really fuck with confidence.
That was a mistake. Sure.
I do. I think it'll come on the check.
Resident 2.
2. Yeah.
This is the first one thing.
Sack 3.
Yeah, 3.
Trigger turn Grizzlebrand. Get 2 zombies.
From
I was just thinking that. No, seriously.
3.
Yeah, I think I got one.
Still I'll go down to.
We're going to pace out.
Copy Cabal Ritual. So I'm gonna go search for
That's dangerous, huh?
17.
Draw.
They have no way of getting rid of it.
I think sure. Oh. It's basically how the game plays out with the board.
How goes the middle one?
Did not know that.
Trying to get the 5.
From the 8.
I brought in the harsh, one harsh mentor,
mana.
and 3 of my series.
From the 11. Use mine. We're at 6 mana. 6 mana.
What is it? Yeah, that makes sense. Just more better. I can't deal with this. This kills me.
So I'm gonna go 5. Still have time in that game.
Mm-hmm.
4 of that.
I mean, you can technically surgical my bolt, or my chain, or whatever. It's better than eating a bolt.
I just don't understand what's going on.
It has to be. Yeah, but I'm saying it's better than you take out my burn, you know what I mean? That's cards that I need, and the deck does not draw. You know what I'm saying? Like, should, good, you know?
No, I got 3 birds here. Only 3 in the main.
That's what I think.
Yeah, there's.
So I fetched for what kind of guy?
Oh, 5, huh? Well,
The first thing is start with. Now we're at Storm 1, because I played one card right now, so it's Storm 1. I'm betting gain 3 mana, because that's what the card does. But what, how do you sacrifice?
I only did I green this? No, I only brought one. I have a hate fairies deck that is a different.
4, so we're gonna draw 2.
It's more focused. What?
Well, it's not 8, 4, 5, 6. You get to go.
And then like the little brother.
Now I have 3 mana. Now I have 1 mana floating. So what I did is, I have 3 mana. I have 1 storm. So I tap this and 1.
Do you have enough black creatures in your yard? For the
They're only upkeep. They're only upkeep. I will have. Well, I also get to pitch 1, 2, 3 creatures.
Yeah, that's what I didn't know.
So we're gonna take a damage.
I have so much mana.
I think
I have 2
You
first.
can search
I'm gonna research my library for everything.
3-piece dated
7 cards?
Instead of like me doing the whole thing, I just tell you I have 9 mana and pass. And I have 2 first.
Show me you guys.
Okay, well, do you want me to actually do it? No, I don't. Because I already picked up everything. Everything's out of order. Am I have full kind of cards?
Oh yeah, I have nothing.
Why not force away one of my Dredge cards?
Just got it.
Oh, you just got it?
You get the tokens anyways. That's enough to beat me.
That's true, it's just enough damage to go in.
I cannot beat that.
I only have 2
That makes sense.
I want.
Okay, so that's good. Yeah. I can't. Oh, well, kind of. I still have mana.
Told you.
I still have things to give me mana.
Oh yeah, no, it is a ferocious matchup with the way that the deck is set up right now.
Right now.
Yeah, I mean, and I can't. I don't have enough modifications to make it worthwhile. I just need to go 4 Tormod's Crypt, 4 Graft Digger's Cage, and hope that that's enough, and it's not.
That's beyond enough against me. If you see Tormod's
I have to see that. That's the problem. And you saw, I rolled down to 5.
Right.
You know, and then you just went off on turn 1, and then you beat me on turn 2. That was your turn 2. That was turn 2.
Was it turn 2?
Yeah.
It doesn't usually happen.
Remember, I went first.
You're unaffected by
What's your record?
It's only okay. He's unrestricted.
Wait, am I the only one in the car that has a winning record? I got a rep on all of them.
You just on the back.
You're still 3-1, so 3-1, you didn't lose your first round. You actually could be ahead, not even joking. Just wait till the pairings. Wait till the top 4 seeds.
Wanderer, whatever.
I wonder.
It was on camera.
No, because you beat me. You
on-
lost round one?
Yeah, I lost round
Exactly.
You
So
beat
if it was on camera and it's got her
Yeah, I
now.
cannot get in now.
Oh, you're 2-2.
Why are you 2-2? No. 3-1. But because you did not lose round one and I did.
No, I
Because
lost
you
round
lost round one and I did not. That means you're lower seeding than me. You beat me.
Hey,
pushes up. Is that what it is?
Glory Bound what? Glory Bound Initiate? Can you
Let's see.
also
Yeah,
check out Glory Bound Initiate for me?
That's right. Not a waste of time.
Yeah.
We're hanging out.
Because you're going to be playing.
We're gonna hang out for a minute.
3-1 exert. If you got a play set, I'll take it.
Oh, so neuter. Yeah.
How you guys doing on the stream? Oh, we just finished.
Oh, okay. He absolutely stumps
2-0.
Yeah, I mean, there's like no contest.
The
at
issue
all.
is no one's ready for graveyard hate right now.
Yeah.
I mean, I run four graveyard hates, but like, I mean, I'm all down to 4 and at 5 both games, and I didn't see anything. So it's like, okay, yeah.
It didn't help that much.
I mean, it's like
This is actually the curse.
it's like an 80-20 matchup for him. So it's like, okay. I mean, I thought
This is also the.
I thought he was ungodly.
Who won?
Dredge. All right, guys, we're going to get the 2 players you just saw coming on camera and talking a little bit about their experience, for better or for worse. Stay tuned.
Yeah, it's one of those things where me and James have had a. That's always happened for us. Huh?
He really wants to file.
All right. Don't let Don convince you Bone Picker is good. It's not bad.
Actually, do you want to commentate our match, our game 3?
I don't know. Are they?
We're gonna go to game 3.
Oh, you want? I'll
Go back to
commentate.
it. Yeah, go for
I
it.
used to commentate a little bit.
All right, so we're gonna put it on. So this one's labeled for you. So instead, we're gonna use this one, which is not labeled. So on the left is going to be the Splinter Twin deck, and on the right is Cheerios.
Got it. And they can hear us right now and everything.
Yes, in fact, it's specifically the mic to you.
Fair. Okay. So I will be butchering your deck slightly because I actually don't know that deck very well.
Huh?
I don't know that deck very well, so I might butcher it a
Nobody
little.
does. I can walk you through it. You can also ask me, Christian, can you feel what you're doing?
Please. James, come commentate with me. Come and commentate.
Yeah, can you do me a favor? There's a charger there. Can you put my phone in charge?
We're 1-1 at this point. Basically, you're filling in the people that were coming in 1-1. Splinter Twin.
Got it. So this is game 3. We're watching 1-1 Splinter Twin versus Cheerios in Legacy. Sounds like a modern matchup.
It does sound like a
It sounds like a very different decks in Legacy for Cheerios. Same deck plus Force of Wills in Modern for.
You don't know that?
No, you sure? I played against it in Ohio. I know what it is.
It's Force of Will and Brainstorm.
Oh! He got me. 100%.
There's actually good blue spells in Legacy.
That's right.
Actually, a good cancer.
Oh, you guys don't even get preordain.
Yeah.
Alright. So Storm will be on the play. So sorry, Cheerio Storm. And I will be asking for some help in between for Cheerios due to it being a very niche deck. My co-commentator's gone.
Yeah, I'll give you a backup in a minute.
Appreciate it. Oh, he's back. Never mind, it's fine.
That would be good. I'm not a good commentator. There's a good reason for this.
I had practice. I had practice with SFM.
Make sure you guys. Oh no, that's right, because it's not on the main.
Yeah, you guys are good.
Let's.
Do we have the turn one?
Yeah, exactly.
So Splinter Twin Logan.
Splinter Molta 6, looking probably for the Force of Will Day's Hand. Who's on the play, may I ask?
I'm on the play.
Storm is on the play.
We're looking for the blue source to cast Ponder, actually.
Ah, there you go. You don't need that. You'll be fine. Do you think Splinter Twin can be a good deck in Legacy?
Can now.
It can now.
I think that it is going to get better. Mostly because without miracles to keep track of other decks, Splinter Twin could just go over them.
Okay.
Especially if you've got Pester Knight, you can sit there and poke for a little bit. at
That's
the
true.
early, put on some pressure, force them to respond to that. But
We could actually.
right now, everything is kind of up in the air waiting for things to settle.
Yeah, because everyone's talking about looking for decks like
Keep that
elves
rabble away from me.
and goblins and other tribal heavy creature decks to come back due to top being banned. Do you think Miracles can still be a deck? Via obviously the joke Isochron Scepter Brainstorm?
You got Isochron Scepter Brainstorm, which can do it. But is that really the way you want to go? Number one. Number two, you only get one activation out of it. So you can't just sit there and string it over and over and over again. So it's like having top with only one land up.
That's rough.
Grenade. Okay, I'm gonna take the grenade.
Okay.
Are we keeping?
Looks like we're keeping the 6 for Splinter Twin. And Cheerios is on the play, keeping his 7. He passed the turn.
It makes it easier for my opponent.
So I guess they're looking for a...
So if they make a mistake, there's no reason.
I guess a threshold of cards, keeping enough to go off with the Storm.
Yeah, in the draw step, after you draw.
And I'm actually kind of new to this deck. I'm probably going to get his list after this. Glimpse of Nature is the Storm card.
Yep. That is what allows you to keep going.
Which I think is really interesting.
I think another thing to consider with Splinter Twin is the fact that a lot of people are taking out enchantment hate because Miracles isn't going to be as much of a thing. So
it's true.
You're going to be able to sneak in there with Splinter Twin as an enchantment that nobody's going to have hate against early on.
So game 1, if not even game 2, might be gone because what other?
Because you're going to remove it from your board. Elves will still have it because they're still bringing in the 3-drop that kills enchantment and artifact.
Gotcha. Okay.
But aside from that, most decks are going to try taking out that kind of hate and bringing in more creature and combo hate.
Okay. So I'm trying to think. I'm trying to figure it out too.
I do it for 3 at 3 minutes. That is the best time.
How do we do it here? Miracle's gone. We have all that.
That is actually
could be. What other enchantments do we have to worry about besides Moat? Maybe, and Moat was only used really in Miracles.
Moat was mostly used in Miracles.
Are there any heavy enchantments?
Eidolon, but again, Eidolon is a creature as well. So you can deal with it with creature hate, which people are bringing in already anyways.
Right, there's always Bolt in the deck, there's always something everywhere.
Correct. And then you got to consider things like the green decks that are running Sylvan Library. How important is it that you get rid of their Sylvan Library?
Is it really worth it? Is this, they're taking 4 per card. It could be a land.
Correct.
And you actually play Maverick quite a lot, so.
Yeah, so I'm looking forward to playing my Maverick. I go back into junk, run Bob's and Sylvan Library.
Are you gonna go up on the count? Because you had 2 before?
Bring up, go back up to 3 Bobs and
Okay.
Sylvan Libraries. That definitely helps me set up the top of my library, so my Bobs end up free.
Okay, and looks like we have the Storm count starting. Bob's gonna be good. Are you gonna try the big one?
And then everything else.
No, I think I'm gonna go back to the low Maverick just to.
So.
He's Force of Willing. He's Force of Willing the Lotus, the Glimpse of Nature. Which,
yeah. I'm gonna go back to the small Maverick, mostly because it gives me a little bit more of the hate cards, better matchup against some of the small critter decks, and natural matchup against Storm.
Okay. Because you had Get Rod Monster and a few other spicy one-ups that worked out really well for a while.
Yeah.
And why do I want to be slowed down a turn when I should be?
Looks like we're gonna have another Storm count going on. We're going to be exiling the Chrome
the
Mox.
aggro decks, block everything. Whoever draws better.
A blue card, I can't tell what it is. Chris, what's the blue card under Chrome?
Just block Brain Freeze.
Brain Freeze, thank you. Which one's Brain Freeze?
Counter target green or red spell.
Okay. Green or red, okay, so that's actually really effective. That's a card I didn't expect to see in a while.
I bought my vials at 14
Very interesting.
Choosing not to add anything to it, so it will not add any mana.
Okay.
It's the one in the...
No grass
We have green, probably? Maybe? What do we have here? Negate.
Gotcha. So you're playing like a mid-rangey version.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, so.
Okay.
Yeah, he's doing what he can to keep him off of getting his engine going.
Right.
I don't like them in 2
Now that was effectively another Glimpse of Nature. Because it's a split card that's
correct.
It was actually being cheated in for a while with the The 3-drop?
Yeah, with the old rules.
Now we got the new rules, luckily.
Yep. The new rules counts as a 5-drop, I believe.
It was
2 and a 3-drop.
It's a 2 and a 6-drop.
2 and a 6-drop.
So it's an 8
Yeah,
to 8.
so it's 8.
Just like breaking and entering.
changed it
Because I actually was against modern.
That makes sense.
Dance monkey. Don't let Dawn convince you that Bone Picker. It's not he's trying to trick you. What brain freeze is the Storm Mill card? What? Could you rephrase that on the chat a little bit? What brain freeze is the Storm Mill card? That seems a little weird. But I guess if I'm gonna try to interpret that, brain freeze is good against his Splinter Twin combo, effectively. Yep. You got Rain calling you. So it is definitely interesting to see if the combo can come online here. Don't see it in hand. Wish we had a wall. We could just talk about the hands. I'd like to see this deck actually do really well in the future. Brain Freeze, Mill 3, Storm. No, Brain Freeze is counter a green or red spell. Are you? Want to Google that real quick? See if you guys are accurate on there and what's up here.
Blue, white, red, blue, red. Pay 3. Nevermore?
It is different.
Has Nevermore entered the battlefield? I mean, not like
The top 3 cards of his or oh, fair, you are right. Sorry about that. Oh, we got a Nevermore on the field. That's a Commander All-Star in my eyes.
Yeah.
It works out really well in Isamaru. Want to see who it is. So tell them we're sorry and that they're correct. You're the computer guy. Thank you. MigV 189. Thank you. It's one of the win. Is it?
Yeah.
Oh, that's another deck to come back without miracles, huh? High Tide?
Yeah,
They don't
seeing
have
as
the
how
top
High
combo?
Tide has such low mana count, it's easy to lock them out and counterbalance.
Okay. I can dig that. Now, Nevermore has named Grape Shot. Does Cheerios have an out to that?
I'd have to look at the rest of the list and see, but it could be that they have Empty the Warren as well as a third win condition, I suppose.
You say
Okay.
boys to do what now?
What is a white card, which is not normally. Hold, please. Hey, guys.
Good evening.
Is there a second white source on your field?
Yes, sir. Tundra and Plateau.
It's a plateau. It looked like a volcanic. Thank you. Okay. I thought we had a misman account there.
Yep.
What, did somebody in the chat pointed out?
No, that was me. I'm looking. I'm like, wait a minute here.
That's fine. That's a good catch, though.
Oh, yay.
Thank you. Yeah, I hope.
Those are definitely my favorite props.
Huh?
Those are my favorite dual
It's the
proxies.
old plateau
Yep.
art, which is my favorite art, but I didn't. It looked like a volcanic from here. Yeah, I'd love to see High Tide back in the format. What is High Tide's win condition? They High Tide. Blue
I
Sun?
believe they mostly mill or attempt to blue sun you,
Okay.
producing infinite amount of mana.
Fair. Mind Break Trap's gonna be big, huh?
Yes.
Okay.
I think Mindbreak Trap is going to be big early on, only because a lot of people are going to be trying to force all of these early storm decks.
Sacrifice Mage. He's going to be brainstorming here. Let's see if he can find an answer to the Chrome Mox with a red card under it. Which one of the creatures they use? The red creature, the 0-drop 0-1? I couldn't tell you its name.
I wouldn't be able to tell you either.
Or Firewalker.
And that is. Looks like that's the game. Looks like Splinter Twin was able to counter out Cheerios to the victory.
Yep.
Yeah, the key here was shutting down those engines.
Yeah, getting those engines out early.
That was
game
hard, yeah.
Very challenging.
Now, the thing is, I only have, you probably know this, I only have one of each win conditions. I don't have the win condition in the deck.
There are 3 win conditions.
Brain freeze is one, I've got it into the side throw, because when you think about it, you need a lower storm count to win the brain freeze than you would if you said you do a grape shot.
The catch is, if they put an Emrakul in the deck,
You just lose.
they go back into the library once they dump it in there with the brain freeze. So they can say to the side, once they can confidently think or know that there is no Emrakul or Black Steel or whatever in their deck, then if they will bring it in to stop a little bit
Fraud. Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Now your opponent did have a hand full of hate cards. He had another negate, 2 more Force of Wills.
And you know what? It's my mistake because, by the way, this is a brand new deck. I completely forgot. I have so much hate against counters. I got a Vantage Storm on my deck. I gotta put in.
Oh no!
I had a defense grid. I forgot to put it in.
Oh no, that's bad.
That's just really. I mean, I was really distracted. And this is for some.
Y'all got it before your matches.
So your Defense Grid and Xantatron would have been great cards to pull this out of.
And City of Solitude had City of Solitude.
10-minute timer,
guys. There you go.
And I brought in this. But I never drew it.
What is it?
Which one?
Elephant Grass.
Elephant grass. That'll do things.
That one's fun.
So my main deck has 2 Grape Shots.
Okay, 2 Grape Shots on the main board.
And
A Empty the Warrens, I would assume, or no? What is it?
Mana is precious. I don't always have much available.
That's true.
Just take Trust Go off and turn 1.
That's right. Okay.
Beastmaster.
That's right. We talked about that earlier.
So 2 Grape Shots, 1 Beastmaster Essential in my main deck.
I like that a lot, actually.
Then, game 2, if I can do it, I'll switch out 1 Grape Shot for a Brain Freeze.
Which gives you a few alternate win cons.
Which, when you saw the Brain Freeze, I don't know if you know that the Grape Shot I was forced
to Brain
wait
Freeze.
until the Beastmaster. Now, I could have brought in a bunch of creatures early on, started attacking them, maybe like 2 from the Venom Knights. However, what do you call it? I didn't know. I didn't want to do that because I could also use them, even if it wouldn't. The Storm count will not contribute to a Storm spell when you're game. They contribute to drawing through my deck until I can get out of the
Gotcha. Okay, that makes sense.
So you drop down a creature knowing that there's infinite creatures on the side. It makes no difference if I have 1 or 10.
Right. So it's basically effectively. So your engines are actually 4 Glimpse of Nature and 4 of the other card.
Beck and Call.
Beck and Call.
Glimpse of Nature and 4 Beck and Call.
Okay. I like it. And Beck and Call is a green and a blue.
Yes. And there's a very distinct difference between the two of them that we have to go over. So, Glimpse of Nature is whenever you play a creature spell, whenever you play a spell, this turn you draw a card.
So, okay, so Glimpse. Oh, and then it's whenever.
Beck is only when it
enters the battlefield. So Beck's enter the battlefield. Glimpse is when it's cast. Man, that makes it so fun.
Yeah. So this is actually, like I said, if this spell resolves, and they put Chalice on 0,
you can still play into it.
I can still play into it, and then they'll be countered, but I'll still get the draw trigger.
Get the Storm, get the draw trigger, get the Grape Shot up.
So the Beastmaster would
We have top 4.
1 second,
We
please,
have
stream.
John versus David. David H. Sahaj versus Jacob.
How you do, Sahaj?
You got it.
I was gonna play.
I'm sorry, everyone. We will be back shortly. I am going into a round.
Starting top 4.
Starting top 4, and looks like it will be either me on camera or Don back on camera with Death and Taxes. Be with you shortly.
So the bottom left,
I don't mind, yeah, sure.
Oh.
We'll be right back.
He killed everything.
I didn't kill it. Don't lie.
You hit the corner.
There we go. I hit the corner.
You see what you see 1, C2.
Scene 2, we'll be right back.
We'll be right back.
Yeah, you got.
All right. I didn't know if I knocked you out or not, man.
This is my city, my home. After years of searching, I've come to find a refuge from this life of endless turmoil. But of late, activities amongst the guilds of Ravnica has drawn my attention. The Azoriath magistrates behave with impunity, imposing ever greater dictates upon the citizenry, while the Bacchanal of Rakdos has taken on an added fervor, giving me pause in light of other guild activities, such as those of the quietly powerful Selesnians, preparing themselves for something, and to what end? And the Golgari, providers of questionable sustenance, their rot lies under the surface, for now. As for the Izzet, the mad thinkers, Ravnica's frenzied engineers, their activities have intensified, and more guilds remain. I sense another power at work, a potent mind I cannot identify. What force is at work here? And what does it mean for Ravnica?
I want to play it out. I just want to see if I love to play it. But if people don't want us to play it, That's fine. I just wanna.
This is my city, my home. After years of searching, I've come to find a refuge from this life of endless turmoil. But of late, activities amongst the guilds of Ravnica has drawn my attention. The Azorius magistrates behave with impunity, imposing ever greater dictates upon the citizenry, while the Bacchanal of Rakdos has taken on an added fervor, giving me pause in light of other guild activities, such as those of the quietly powerful Selesnians, preparing themselves for something, and to what end? And the Golgari, providers of questionable sustenance. Their rot lies under the surface, for now. As for the Izzet, the mad thinkers, Ravnica's frenzied engineers, their activities have intensified, and more guilds remain. I sense another power at work, a potent mind I cannot identify. What force is at work here? And what does it mean for Ravnica?
I'm done the chop and we play for the stream.
Yeah. Okay. Wait, well, we haven't agreed to the chop.
I'm down.
I'm down for the chop.
This is my city, my home. After years of searching, I've come to find a refuge from this life of endless turmoil. But of late, activities amongst the guilds of Ravnica has drawn my attention. The Azorius magistrates behave with impunity, imposing ever greater dictates upon the citizenry, while the Bacchanal of Rakdos has taken on an added fervor, giving me pause in light of other guild activities, such as those of the quietly powerful Selesnians, preparing themselves for something, and to what end? And the Golgari, providers of questionable sustenance. Their rot lies under the surface, for now. As for the Izzet, the mad thinkers, Ravnica's frenzied engineers, their activities have intensified, and more guilds remain. I sense another power at work, a potent mind I cannot identify. What force is at work here? And what does it mean for Ravnica?
The guy who's sitting there was like, yeah, he wanted to play, take a picture of the way everyone to get there. Over there, like,
I can kind of more calm, but I still want to have more main event we're playing, right? Like, oh, you should play like that. Like, that's Thursday, you play event with something for anyone.
This is my city, my home. After years of searching, I've come to find a refuge from this life of endless turmoil. But of late, activities amongst the guilds of Ravnica has drawn my attention. The Azorius magistrates behave with impunity, imposing ever greater dictates upon the citizenry, while the Bacchanal of Rakdos has taken on an added fervor, giving me pause in light of other guild activities, such as those of the quietly powerful Selesnians, preparing themselves for something, and to what end? And the Golgari, providers of questionable sustenance. Their rot lies under the surface, for now. As for the Izzet, the mad thinkers, Ravnica's frenzied engineers, their activities have intensified, and more guilds remain. I sense another power at work, a potent mind I cannot identify. What force is at work here? And what does it mean for Ravnica?
Yeah, we're always looking
Yeah, typical of Kev's
This is my city, my home. After years of searching, I've come to find a refuge from this life of endless turmoil. But of late, activities amongst the guilds of Ravnica has drawn my attention. The Azorius magistrates behave with impunity, imposing ever greater dictates upon the citizenry, while the Bacchanal of Rakdos has taken on an added fervor, giving me pause in light of other guild activities, such as those of the quietly powerful Selesnians, preparing themselves for something. And to what end? And the Golgari, providers of questionable sustenance. Their rot lies under the surface. For now. As for the Izzet, the mad thinkers, Ravnica's frenzied engineers,
Anything like
their
a
acti-
or commander? I guess I'm starting to get into it.
No, that's. I mean, I like Commander because it's an eternal format technically. It's one of those formats where you can use cards from any set. I like non-rotating, but especially eternal. So welcome back, guys. All right, so right now we're doing the top 4 matchups. We got Lands versus Dredge coming right up. Okay. Mud versus. Sorry, I've used just Hodgman Lands. Okay, we got Mud versus Dredge. So watch, I'll show you how I run it.
This is my city, my home. After years of searching, I've come to find a refuge from this life of endless turmoil. But of late, activities amongst the guilds of Ravnica has drawn my attention. The Azorius magistrates behave with impunity, imposing ever greater dictates upon the citizenry, while the Bacchanal of Rakdos has taken on an added fervor, giving me pause in light of other guild activities, such as those of the quietly powerful Selesnians, preparing themselves for something. And to what end? And the Golgari, providers of questionable sustenance. Their rot lies under the surface. For now. As for the Izzet, the mad thinkers, Ravnica's frenzied engineers, their activities have intensified, and more guilds remain. I sense another power at work. A potent mind I cannot identify. What force is at work here?
Yes.
And what does it mean?
There you go. Welcome back. Okay, so this is Christian, the Dean of the Merit Institute. What we got?
James, just learning now. I'm a new guy.
Exactly. Perfect. So welcome. We're happy to have you. Thank you to 11 people viewing right now. Thank you so much. We appreciate your patronage and you guys viewing. So we just started the top 4 here. And on the left we got Mud, and on the right we have Dredge. So it looks like on the left we've got, let's see. You see the post?
Yep.
What's Chalice set to?
Set 0.
Set to 0. Interesting. Perfect. Oh, I see it now. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, sometimes with the glare, it's a little tough to see. Oops. Also, if I minimize the window, it's tough to see. Let's bring it back down. So I see Dredge doing their thing. I see a Golgari Grave Troll in there. Is that a full art? Altar?
Altar, yes.
Altar.
Yeah.
80% done with the deck. We are down to mana base and side.
If you want mana base, you know, he sells altar lands. He sells altered lands here.
Correct. Sadly, it's Mana Confluence is a 4, City of Brass is a 4, Gemstone Mine, and Zephyr Coliseum is a 4.
I have some if you want, if you're interested. Yeah. All right, so we've got. What's that? Ooh, Trinisphere.
Trinisphere will be a challenge to get through.
Yeah, exactly.
Dredge does not typically play very many lands.
So that creates, if the cost of any spell is less than 3, it adds generic mana up to the point that it becomes 3, correct?
Correct.
Now what if somebody uses an alternate cost?
Doesn't matter. So something like Force of Will, you still gotta pay 3 for it. You still exile the blue card, and it's cheaper than the 5. You still need to pay the 3 for it.
What about with the Dread Return?
Same thing. Dread Return, you need to pay your 3, and Dread Return.
Yeah, see? That's extra good here. Okay. We've got... Narcomoeba has left the graveyard and come into play. you guys will notice that the graveyard is actually in the battlefield area. This is not uncommon for a Dredge player. That is the Dredge alarm. That is the Dredge alarm. That means Dredge is about to do something. Wait, how? How's that? That's right. That's exactly right. All right. Another Nakamura there. Direct the turn. And that's, I'm assuming, a proxy card because I don't recognize that card.
It is putrid in.
Putrid in.
Putrid.
Okay, putrid.
Start a card
Oh,
gain
just part
5.
out.
Yes. It is with the
Another Dredge right here. City of Brass.
Yep.
Icarod?
Another Icarod. Icarod is definitely one of those cards that gets around Trinisphere.
Yeah, I see that. Cabal Therapy? No?
2 Cabal Therapy.
2 Cabal Therapy, yeah. What I really like is his technique and lining up the cards perfectly straight. Well done, sir. Well played. Yes.
You
have to pay 3.
He still has to pay the 3. You can't cast the spell.
You can't cast it.
Nope. You cannot cast the spell.
Right. It could because you don't have enough to pay its cost because that Trinisphere changes the cost. Yes.
It's not a counter.
Right.
It says you have to pay 3, this says you counter.
Exactly.
So we will simply. It's okay.
Yeah, sorry, we hate to be a stick in the mud about that. It's a joke because it's playing mud.
I have 2 bridges, so I'll get 2 zombies.
You may not have known this, but I am considered the king of dad jokes around here. Just put that out there.
Here's another thing to consider about the Dredge deck. Yes, in addition to it being attempting to be altered, he also has all unique zombie tokens.
Every MTG token to date.
Yep.
Shout out to Kitchen Table MTG. Thank you for retweeting us.
Sure.
Ah, yes, of course, the unglued zombie token.
Yep.
And then you have comp.
Ah.
2 bridges. So I'll get 4 bodies.
2 bridge from below, huh?
Makes you think we're doing that. Eugene is some people call him.
Eugene?
Some people call him Eugene.
Eugene? How are you, dude?
Come on.
That Trinisphere gives me a headache just looking at it.
Yeah. You know, it's funny. I got a story for you guys. I was playing against Sahaj where he was playing with his mud. And I was playing Cheerios. I was playing with Cheerios. We played Trinisphere. It's not very nice.
No.
What Chalice on Zero?
But Chalice on Zero is fine.
Yeah, you can play through Chalice on 0.
Yeah, yeah.
It still builds up your storm count.
Shoot me for 3.
Ooh, okay.
Are you keeping it on here?
Yeah, I'm at 14. Okay. I'll keep it with the good trigger first.
There it is.
Good beats.
Yep.
There it is. So instead of drawing, he's dredging, returning to his hand the Golgari Grave Troll. And 6 is the magic number there. There's a Cabal Therapy, which would normally be an outlet for him to sacrifice a creature.
Correct.
For the bridges, although in this case, the transfer really does a damn good job here.
Yep. Trinisphere is a great out against Dredge.
Yeah, exactly.
Anything that can force your Dredge player to tax themselves, preventing them from casting their spells, gives you an extra turn in order to win.
And, you know, having played against Mud yesterday, or on Friday, during the deck tech that we did for this tournament, I did appreciate that it's really a tax deck. really taxes you hard. And then there's another one. What was the other? The one that like everything costs extra 1 or 2.
So there's Lodestone Golem as well, which is all non-artifact spells cost 1 extra to cast. Which is another great one because more often than not, Dredge will only have 1 land out at a time.
Yeah. This really is a tax deck.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah. Oh goodness. All right, we got some more zombies coming out.
Yep.
Bridge
So
from
again,
below.
Two Igrids get sacrificed at the end of turn. That forces Bridge from below to generate tokens.
So even though he's not using the Cabal therapies or the Dread returns as outlets. Thankfully the Igrit itself takes care of that by dying and allowing him to use the bridges from below to make zombie tokens.
Now, in an effort to keep himself alive 1 extra turn, Ugin went down 2, which wipes the field. Unfortunately, he still gets tokens off of the Narcomoeba triggers.
Ah, yes.
Narcomoeba was dying with the bridge triggers.
And that's brilliant, because the Narcomoeba comes out into play without him ever having to do anything by simple virtue of going from the graveyard from the library into the graveyard, which is going to happen regardless because of the Dredge ability, the Dredge trigger. So, I mean, there's a lot of synergy. I mean,
actually, it's exile.
Oh, really? Oh, never mind then.
Jake, no tokens.
No tokens, yeah.
They're exiled.
Why is that?
Ugin exiles. His minus ability? It exiles, so that means that the Bridge from Below does not trigger with the Narcomoeba.
Excellent, yeah. And this is why we do this.
Yep.
See, you didn't want to do that. Yeah, keep them honest, folks. We'll just keep everybody honest. But the Ichorids come back, right? So
correct. So the Ichorids do get to come back. You can continue with the Ichorid beats.
Dredging 6 from the Golgari Grave Troll. Narcomoeba comes into play. It's another creature to die. What will he do? And what's the power and toughness for me of Ichorod? Or Ichorod, whatever?
Ichorod, I believe, is a 3-1. And Lodestone Golem is a 5-3.
Ah, yes.
Lodestone Golem can block, but he's going to end up waiting there.
He has to. He can stay alive. Yes. Unfortunately, that triggers does not
zombies.
Trigger the bridges. Yeah,
correct.
yeah.
So he does get more zombies, but at the same time, it does get rid of the bridges.
What happens to the bridges exactly? Are they returned to hand or are they exiled?
No, they get exiled. Correct.
And that happens because
a creature because Sahaj's creature dies.
Ah, that's right. So it's not in his interest for Sahaj's creatures to die.
Correct.
But it's in his best interest for his creatures to die. Yes, that's right. I do recall that. You see, the few times I've encountered Dredge, actually I was playing decks that don't have any creatures. Particularly my Ankh-Tide deck. There's 0 creatures in that deck.
Yes.
Thankfully, I had several graveyard hates. Rest in peace, among others.
Yeah, playing Maverick, I did the same thing. I definitely don't want to be running Rest in Peace because it hurts my neither reliquaries, but I run 2 Dryad Arbors. So what I'll do is I'll fetch for a Dryad Arbor, activate Night to get rid of the Dryad Arbor, destroys bridges. So again, going -2 with the Ugin gets rid of the field.
That exile ability is killer.
Yep.
It's such a I do not believe that the live totals are representative of just how close this first game has been.
Correct. I mean, again, Dredge does have multiple ways of winning, all of them through creature damage, but while the main win condition is using Flamekin Zealot and pumping an entire board full of zombies after Bridge from Below triggers, they can just sit down and beat down with Igrid triggers, or Dread return a Gristlebrand and start beating down Gristlebrand as well.
What's the card that just came in?
Doth of Fortune.
Oh, Forge Master. Does Dredge have an answer? So Sahaj has active plays available from the Ugin.
Correct.
Go ahead.
Pass a turn. She's in a Dredge, certainly.
Cthulhu Forge Master is a 3/5, meaning it's not going to trade like Lodestone Golem with an Ygritte if he decides to bring back an Ygritte.
Oh.
And he does.
Unfortunately, he does not have 2 black creatures, so one of the Ygrittes is getting exiled in order to bring back the first one.
And there's no more bridges either.
Correct.
So at the end of the
So-
turn, unless there were to be a bridge there,
Correct.
he would not get any zombies. So the game is moving very much so in favor of Sahaj at this point. And yet, but it's like you said earlier, you never know. You never know with Dredge. Turn is being.
One man, and that's your graveyard, correct?
The turn is going back to Sahaj. This is actually the first time I've encountered it in person a Dredge deck with mana, with lands.
Yes.
But
It's not a very common commodity.
it's not. Yeah, the shout out to one of our faculty over in Texas, Sammy. He plays a manaless Dredge. And City of Traders is gone because another land came into play. Aha. Metalworker, right?
So Metalworker and Staff will produce infinite mana and draw infinite cards, assuming he has 3 artifacts in hand. As of right now, he's only got 1 card in hand.
Correct.
That is definitely a threat to consider moving forward.
Speaking of moving forward, and threats, look at how beautiful the colors match up between their sleeves and the play mat and the iPad.
Yep.
I mean, talk about aesthetics, man.
Everything
Everything.
lines up.
It's beautiful, yeah. So, guys, this is the brand new playmat. Today is the first time we're using it. Hopefully, you guys enjoy it.
It's not Dredge friendly, unfortunately.
It is not. It did not. Well, actually, it is. Depends on what side. But you have to play on Sahaj's side.
Correct.
Yeah. In fact, most of these don't even really have a handedness.
Mm-hmm.
However, I wanted it to be symmetric for the stream, which means one has to be left-handed, one has to be right-handed, and yeah. And likewise, it's hard to accommodate such a niche deck like like Dredge. We'll just have to be the exception. You'll notice that in the top right we have mana pools, and top left you have the mana pool as well. The hashtag there is the storm count. There's a command zone, which is also the energy zone. The way I don't really like the graveyard to be.
Here we go. This is the activation that we've been waiting for with Kuldotha Forge Master in Mud.
Mm-hmm.
So they have quite a few options that they can cheat into play here. And we've got Blightsteel
Yes.
which is coming in.
11/11. In fact, yeah, scooping. Okay, perfect. So, good job to Sahaj. Oof.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah.
Last bridge.
Yep.
The good part is, since I played Dredge, like I'm like, alright, you can't do anything with Ygritte. Yeah. Definitely helps when you play Dredge before.
So Sahaj, would you mind adding counter? Adding a counter? On the iPad, which says add counter?
Oh, yeah.
And then pick the black one.
I remember.
There we go.
There we go.
Perfect.
Alright.
I'm glad we're all becoming familiar with the system. As we have more and more of these events, and as the audience continues to grow, like just like we have now, this will be much more streamlined.
Yep. There's definitely a handful of opportunities from both decks to make their matches a little bit more favorable. As we saw, Mud was trying to tax and being able to tax very successfully.
Yeah, that
Dredge is going to need to bring in Artifact Tape, which is very rare. But
I wouldn't even know what it is. I mean,
but
I have incidental artifact tape, V2 chalice and things of that nature being very difficult on them.
mm-hmm.
I'll give you the exact number.
Of course, yeah, not a problem.
He also knows the problem.
Considering I have an I was on the receiving end of artifact game.
Yep. This is here. That's fine. Dredge isn't friendly to anyone. One of our no, because we're talking about the Dredge is not friendly to the setup of the playmat. Megavel89 says that's fine. Dredge isn't friendly to anyone.
You know, we try to be nice players. We try not to be too salty. But, you know, there's just a lot of hate for us. We have to attack to win. We're a combo aggro. We're more fair than Storm. I'd like to think.
Are you commenting on my Cheerios?
No, no. Not Cheerios.
I win by Storm. Actually, no, I lose today. I lost by Storm. All right. All right, so we're preparing for game 2 here. What kind of cards do you think, what do you call it, Mud would usually bring in here? I mean, I don't know what's in the sideboard, but in general, usually you would think he doesn't have to make many differences. Huh? Huh?
He brings in Fairy Macabre.
Ah, Fairy Macabre. Interesting. You know what, actually, while we're setting up, I'm going to try to do this thing where I can show card previews on the screen. Usually you need a second monitor to do this, but just for you guys, I'm going to try right now. Whoa, that's too much. Give me a second. Sorry that you guys are seeing so much there. But this is something that I started doing not too long ago, and the idea being that we can hopefully crop it off. Like, for example, there's Oberov, right? So, and because I can do this, but usually it's done more easily when we have 2 monitors, yeah. So, but just for you guys, we're going to try this out right now. They're setting up between games, and this should not take more than just a moment. So what you do here is you go to display capture, and so we have to make this smaller because it's going to literally just take a crop of the part of the screen. So we have to move this off to the side and still be able to access this, right? Make it a little bit smaller.
Yeah, I figured this would go right.
And make it a little longer, so she said. And then we're all set. So now, look here, and we gotta move the chat over this way. Here, so it'll be behind here, so we can switch back and forth between that easily. That won't be an issue. We just don't want it covering this thing. We can always alt tab and go between. There we go, perfect. So now let's go back to OBS, and then we're gonna do card 3. This is my 3rd attempt at making this. There we go. Whoa, we got an infinite thing there. Whoops. We don't want that, so we're gonna do manual.
What do you guys need?
Yep. Do we have a judge available?
I'm gonna go to James. James is my most
There you go.
He's a pretty close judge.
This now equals this, correct? As well as this. This? No?
Yes.
This is this.
Yes.
Okay. You're safe.
And we've got it. See?
All right.
I literally just have to guess those pixel numbers. And now, I guess I'll just have to pardon the
scaling
here for just a second.
Put that under there. All right.
And we have card preview technology, ladies and gentlemen, brought to you on the fly. This is now, there we go. So now, let's see, what cards what were some of the feature cards that we just saw?
We definitely want to show Trinisphere. That was definitely one of those cards that shut down Dredge here, not allowing them to cast their cards out of the graveyard.
That's right, that's right.
Without the mana.
I'm not familiar with the. I'm not familiar.
Crop less at the bottom. There we go. Well, actually, let's just do 100. There you go.
Nice and clean.
What's that card on the right? This one?
Careful Study.
Oh, that's I didn't recognize it.
Yep.
And that's the counter spell?
That's the counter spell.
What's it called again? The colorless counter spell is what? Warping Whale?
Warping Whale, correct.
Despite the name, it is not about any particular seafaring mammal or ocean mammal, whatever. See what we got there, man?
That's awesome.
I thought about it the other day, and you just needed to learn how to use the crop function, which is literally just guesswork, as you saw. Literally, I have to guess how many pixels up on the screen this is, and how many pixels in on both sides. And then you have to have something that can, in real time, display things. So I'm like, if you go on the internet, Gather is way too slow.
Yeah.
And I realized, hey, Cockatrice has a whole database available of cards. And so now...
And it's all local,
It's
meaning
all
you're
local.
not streaming it or anything like that. You can just pull it up right away.
It's offline. The only problem, like I said earlier, is that you cannot have anything overlie on the see the mouse?
Yeah.
Yeah, so you literally have to save part of the screen, which on this computer, which is not the high resolution, it's a little tight, but we know we made it work. Second monitor helps a lot. So let's see what's going on in the game here. Oh, Trinisphere is back.
Trinisphere is back.
Ladies and gentlemen, Trinisphere is back.
Small problem, but one of the things that we just noticed dredged was a pithing needle. Which is definitely one of those techs that Dredge can bring in, which stops Kadotha Forgemaster, Trinisphere. Not Trinisphere, I'm sorry. Staff of Domination.
So for those that don't know Staff of Domination, there it is. A very versatile card. For 1 mana, you can untap it. For 2 untap, you get a life. For 3 untap, you untap target creature. For 4 untap, you tap it. For 5 untap, you draw a card. Nothing for mana is pretty good.
The important combo to consider here is with Metalworker, where a Metalworker can produce mana, and as long as you can produce, if you have 3 artifacts in hand, Metalworker will produce 6 mana. 3 of that mana will go to untapping Metalworker, 1 mana will go to untapping Staff of Domination, netting you 2 mana. You can do this as much as you want, produce infinite amount of mana, which then allows you to draw essentially an infinite amount of cards with Staff of Domination.
I see. We have somebody in the chat, HC Fox, saying Dredge is delightful. That is what we call alliteration, folks. Alliteration. Dredge is dreadfully delightful.
I love graveyard-based strategies. They're fun to me, they're interesting, they're different than what you normally do. Some call it cheating, I call it different.
Manipulating the game zones, huh?
The games can be interesting.
That's right. Alright, so we've got 14 to 20, but as we said last game, these
life totals are not indicative
don't
of
really
how
mean
well
anything.
the game is going in either direction.
Exactly right. And take this opportunity to just get off the camera for just a second. One moment, folks.
Yep.
Jake, do me a quick favor. I'm so sorry. Can you unplug the black thing here? Sorry. Thanks, my friend.
No worries.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Alright, so another out for Mud is to put big creatures onto the battlefield that can block zombie tokens. So we've got Lodestone Golem with 3 toughness, which is definitely great for blocking zombie tokens. Zombie tokens do not trigger Bridge from Below. So Lodestone Golem can block, no problem. Another one that's coming out right now is the Batter Skull with a Drum token, so that's a 4/4, which will definitely help out when trying to block profitably.
This one for
Oh.
So by not swinging in with the Icarus, like last game where Lodestone Golem blocked,
Tell me.
caused the Bridge from Belows to be destroyed. Icarus just sticks around every turn in order to produce zombie tokens with the Bridge from Below at the end of turn.
you want to keep projects with drinks that can get hydroblasted, is that right?
Well, it's just, this is really.
Yeah, but why
There we are.
Oh, so you put short pitch.
Gotcha, gotcha.
Construct for red.
That makes sense.
Here we have Metalworker coming out again. Let's put out Metalworker just so you guys can see what it is that we're working with.
Need stuff for the website.
So here, as you can see, this Metalworker, this is what allows Mud to produce mana. And because of how old the card is, it does not have the creature type, but it is errata to be a construct. So
That is exactly right.
So that allows us to call construct with Cavern of Souls and make Metalworker uncoverable.
In fact, there you go. Construct.
Yep.
Filter this one. There you go. Let's see. HC Fox, no attack with Icar. Here comes the germ token. Doesn't seem to have interaction. What do you think about that?
Germ token death as Skull. Totally agree with you. I think part of it is not understanding the way that the drum token is. It's a lack of experience against the bridges with the drum tokens and how unequipping deals with the drum tokens. I think another part of it with the no Icarate attack is the Lodestone Golem having the 3 toughness, which would cause bridge to go away.
Man, the board state right now, just impressive.
It's definitely a deceptive board state with the graveyard up front, but...
Oh yeah, I was referring to the left side of the table here.
The first time I played it, I was like, oh, this is fun.
Yeah.
I was more intrigued about what's happening on his side than what I was
So
doing.
I should see that he plays Dredge. Yeah.
Yep, definitely agree with you there.
Exactly. Excuse me.
Let's go ahead. Mr. Toll's all day. Said go ahead. Have you seen that deck before, John?
Let's see here. Dredging. Okay. Which land is that? I don't recognize that.
Cephalid Coliseum. Yep. Cephalid Coliseum is another one of these outlets that allows Dredge to essentially loot 3, which is great when you have, mid-game, you're not hitting your dredging, your draw power consistently. So this allows you,
So
as
basically,
long as you have threshold.
3 dredges.
Yep.
I mean, 3 abilities to catch a dredge trigger.
Correct.
That's nice. Yeah, no, that's true.
Yes.
Yeah, that dichotomy, that what do you want to call it? Asymmetry.
Yes.
That asymmetry, that incongruency, if you will, is it's big. It's very big. I guess you could say that at some point one has to bridge the gap of in their knowledge. I hope that wasn't below the belt for the player.
Right.
The whole entire time I was thinking, I was like, damn, Relic of Progenitus would be real nice right now.
Yeah, it's interesting because the choice. So here's another question, like just for players in general. What's your preferred graveyard gauge? So I personally love Relic for a couple of reasons. Number one, you can just tap it a turn to get a card out, and then when you really need to get rid of it, you also get a card draw off of it.
Yep.
You also have a Nihil Spellbomb.
Nihil Spellbomb, which is also good. It does allow you to sacrifice for free. However, you can pay the black if it's available to draw a card. So that gives you a little bit of flexibility. The one downside is that it does cost 1, just like Relic.
Exactly.
The big one is Tormod's Crypt, which is 0 to cast, which is great, and 0 to activate. You just have to tap it in second.
I think I'll respond with the Felden's Cane. I'm joking. That was our back in the day response.
Rest in peace.
Oh,
that's impressive.
HC Fox, thank you so much for the pun. I was dreading the Dredge puns, but yeah, I guess you say I'm a glutton for punishment. Keeping it real here at the Merit Institute, guys. Where dad jokes reign supreme.
Dad jokes are the worst.
Pardon?
Dad jokes are the worst.
Excuse me? Our audience is actually, what's the word? Feeding into it, so.
What a mistake.
Now you're secretly a dad?
Not that I know of.
That's why, bro.
That's
day
the
you just started making
secret
dad
from you.
jokes, and it's just like, whoa.
Wow, look at all those creatures on the right, man.
Oh, they're all in the field?
Yep.
Are they?
No, just the ones on the bottom.
Just the ones on the bottom.
Oh, okay, the ones at the bottom.
Ooh.
I was like,
So this is the attempted Alpha Strike here. It's only got 3 blockers.
You only wonder what other cards Sahash can pull out of the bottom of his shirt to help in the situation. Joking, because he has his hands.
It was a risky play, but it does get the Metal Worker out of play just in case he ends up with the Staff of Domination.
And we'll see if that's what happens. So I see the caverns, ancient tombs. There's no lack of mana on the left side of the board.
Correct.
There's no lack of creatures on the right.
Yep. But do notice that the bridges are gone, I believe. So we'll definitely be having less
The
creatures.
metal worker sent them away.
Nice. Very nice.
A speckyard above all others. Phyrexian Furnace.
So how's that game?
Yeah, exactly. I see Don shares our sentiment. And you know, just so to be 100% clear, I fund this entire channel by myself. I am not going to make a, as much as I love you guys, I'm not going to make a Dredge specific mat. I'm sorry. Perhaps. As long as it doesn't cover up the logo. What was the card again? Phyrexian what? Furnace. There we go. There's Phyrexian Furnace for those that don't know what it is.
Well, the player doesn't get to choose which card in the graveyard they get to exile. So it's always the bottom one, which is definitely an interesting thing to consider when you're talking about the graveyard. This is one of the reasons that in Legacy you can't reorder your graveyard.
Precisely. I didn't even realize that wasn't the case in Standard and Modern. I always thought that the graveyard's in order, period, you know, and then I realized that
Modern doesn't have anything that cares about the graveyard order.
Because like the one that lets you bring back your top card in your graveyard, the creature comes back with a, and it has a buyback if I'm not mistaken. It gives a haste instead of the turn. The card, I don't remember if it was from Tempest or whatever.
Yep. There are a handful of those cards, and none of them are Modern legal, so as a result, graveyard order doesn't matter in Modern.
Yeah, like at all.
Yep. I definitely think it's a good thing on Wizards' point of view to simplify the way the graveyard is set up, because having to worry about stuff like that as a new player can definitely end up, turning certain players off.
You believe the new Goblin guy?
That Batterskull is keeping Sahaj in the game, giving him the life he needs to stick around as long as possible. As we can see, we've run out of black creatures in the graveyard, so an Icarus trigger isn't happening.
Come on, friend, man. Hey, say hi.
Hey, you guys want to draft on?
Take care, guys.
Very few options here, but the Alpha Strike is definitely one of the ways to go.
Alright, Christian.
Take care, brother.
Thank you.
Thank you guys for joining. Some of the faculty from the American Institute is taking off.
See you.
Thank you guys for coming. Maybe Merfolks will get it next time.
Maybe.
Yeah.
See you, Todd.
Now it's supposed to be.
That's what she said.
So, dredge them out.
I agree, Lady. I agree.
Yep.
I agree.
A play like that definitely would not have been nearly as close as it is right now.
And I agree, HC Fox. That's another reason why I think it should be preserved in modern and other formats, because it respects the order in which things were played. It respects the order as the game as it turned out. Because otherwise, I could arbitrarily go and shuffle my graveyard, just throw off my opponent, and that almost seems like misleading.
Mr. Chris, no? Was this
She's Dr. Chris, but yeah.
Dr. Chris.
Yeah, remember, this is the only university that has
an actual
majority of
professor?
faculty with PhDs, MDs, and JDs.
Is that the card that actually cares about graveyard order?
Yeah.
That's another one of them.
Huh, I've never already seen one. What's the effect on this card?
So this one is the bottom card of the library gets graveyard gets exiled.
Ooh, never seen it.
Yeah. And then let's just bring this up, because this was what we were discussing before.
Correct.
So we'll just let everybody read that and let it sink in.
No, I mean, if that's what you want to do.
Even the concessions.
Oh, wow.
Yep.
Good job, man. Good job.
That's alright.
That's exactly what we said. The Trinisphere out there. Look at that.
I mean,
Ooh.
as soon as you got the Trinisphere coming off the top, that just really taxes a Dredge player that doesn't produce mana very easily.
I guess you could say it's taxing to play against it.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Okay.
I know. I'm awful. I make no apologies. Let's see. 1 second. So then who won the other game?
Yep. I'm gonna say Don, seeing as how the other guy's saying bye.
No, I see. That was what you brought in. Okay, perfect. And on the left, we see what Sahaj brought in.
So I believe it's gonna be taxes versus mud coming up.
Oh,
30. I think.
All right, so now we're waiting for the final round. So we got Mud that took it this one. Who's the other deck that's still up?
Dawn with Death and Taxes.
And he had to take out Burn against. He went up against Burn, right?
Yes.
Mhm.
So I went up against Burn, and I imagine in the long run that matchup is favorable for Death and Taxes, especially if they can get their taxing online very early.
Because even though both decks tax, I think Death and Taxes is better poised in this kind of pairing. Source of Plowshares, the removal, just the Flicker Wisps, so many answers, things that can move things and manipulate the play field. I think a little bit more so than the Mud deck. At least I would argue for Death and Taxes.
And there's also the other issue with Aether Vial, getting around things like Trinisphere and Lodestone Golem. Being able to cheat your creatures into play is a big deal. And the fact that Death and Taxes can put the taxing on earlier than Mud can, unless Mud has the nuts right away.
The winner was the batter's call. That's what kept me in the game. Because the other two just goes wider than me.
Did you know? Oh, now we can tell Sahaj.
I'm really looking for Uga. I'm just trying to toss
So here's the issue.
Here.
If you had equipped the Batter Skull to the Lodestone Golem, the germ dies. It becomes 0/0, dies by state based, and the bridges go away.
Oh my god.
The face palm was epic.
Wow.
They said it next to you. I'm like, oh, they said it.
Oh, we whispered.
I didn't hear it.
Yeah, 'cause we're that good. We're that good.
I'm like, they said it next to my door.
No. We.
Oh, I could hear it. He could hear it. He was just zoned in, man.
Exactly.
Because
Oh, actually, I can hear. That's what's underneath the background. Yeah. Exactly.
I do the same thing when I look at my own
Yeah, that's what happens when you pick up a deck and you don't really play it consistently. You miss those like 10%.
Right. I mean, there are certain issues that you won't see very often, and it's not very often that you're up against a deck like Dredge, where those kind of interactions are key.
Right.
You know, but it's another one of those issues. Is you're one of those players that as soon as you see that once, that's it. You're not gonna forget that.
Right.
So for those of you just joining us, think we got one more match to go. The final match of the top 4 for this tournament is going to be round 6. Currently, that's poised to be Death and Taxes versus Mud. So the white deck versus the dirty deck. You know, the brown deck. I don't know. I think it's going to go to Death and Taxes. I'm just gonna...
So I think it's going to come down to who can tax who earliest, and who can get the go wide as far as the number of creatures that they can put out.
Yeah.
You know, Death and Taxes is going to be able to produce enough creatures that they can chump block the early threats that Mud can produce, whereas Mud is going to try going as big as possible, as quickly as possible, getting out the Lodestone Golems early on before an Aether Vial can get online is going to be big. Being able to get a Blightsteel Colossus online is definitely going to threaten anything that Taxes can do short of Swords to Plowshare.
Exactly. Just 11 indestructible is pretty intense, man. And then in fact, it's interesting because I play Blightsteel in my vintage deck. It's nice to be able to turn 1 Black Lotus, Mox, Tinker. Oh, here's my Blightsteel. Yep. Or that rarely happens because everybody plays. Take care, guys. Take care.
No, next to you.
On the
wall.
Oh. Like on the wall, like the tournament. And it will be a great wall. And don't stick with the Mayo. Mexico will pay for it. All right. Thanks, guys, again for joining us. Okay, we've got some comments here in the chat. So, Death and Tech is generally good at preventing people from hitting 10 mana. Okay. But they were crap at keeping people off 8 mana. # dig through time. Sometimes Mud can win with a chalice, shutting off a hand with a vial, Swords of Plowshare, etc.
Yep.
Perhaps, yeah.
I'm gonna drown my sorrows.
Hey, let's open it on the street. Come on.
I'm gonna pull
All right,
a foil Kylie for him.
We're gonna do some pack opening here as a little bonus in between. So let's see what we get.
And I do slow roll. I apologize.
Open Mooser!
You ever see that guy? Welcome to
little bonus for you
It
guys.
is actually. So we have trash, the first manland, and you can get.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
No, those are rare still.
Oh, okay.
That's harsh.
Hymn of the Wild.
I don't think that's on camera.
Green.
It is.
Birds of Paradise.
It's delayed.
You know what? Birds of Paradise. It's $5. That's the pack.
I remember when it was consistently a $10 card.
Yeah.
For being reprinted 1,000,001 times, $5. Man.
Same thing for
That's
Path.
pretty good,
Now, the fun pack.
Path is another one.
What pack is that?
Modern Masters 2017.
Ooh.
Okay. Wait, this is close? Oh, it looked full.
I'm not that good.
All right, guys. So we got our second pack for just opening for Stuffs and Giggles.
Not a foil Guildgate.
We're a family-friendly channel here.
Of course. Good draft card. So we have
Crabs.
Crumbling Corpse. Oh, got a Goblin. Foil's multicolored. Golgari Rawworm. It's fitting that a Dredge player pulled a. It's an evil twin, isn't it?
Would be nice.
Stoic.
Oh, okay.
Is she worth anything?
I don't know. Players can't tap one more than one creature during their tap steps. She costs 1 generic and 1 bant. D4 flying vigilance. Okay.
It happens. Nothing great, but
Take care.
life. Hoping to pull that Goy font on camera would have been nice.
A foil Goy, wouldn't that be great? You know, I've seen this. I don't know if people online have seen this. I can't believe people do it. They open a pack, and when they get to the rare, they turn it up backwards and they tear it.
No. No.
Why would people do that?
Oh, no, because they're idiots. Flip and rip it.
Is that what it's called? Flip and rip it?
Flip it and rip it.
Yeah.
Except they put the pack down.
The only time I'm gonna flip it and rip it is with my ex, okay? But I mean, that's no, I'm just kidding. Please don't kill me.
Peachy, my friend, Peach.
What? I mean, no, because she has bad cards, so I don't mind if I do that with her cards. I know what you're talking about.
Bad things.
Oh
my goodness. I'm the losing Dredge player. Of course, my mind's in the...
Your mind's in the... Oh.
Mine's a little below there.
Gutter snipe, perhaps?
You mean Cooter Stutter?
So let's see. We got McVell saying, I don't think Donna's cut on to the Palace Jailer build yet. Interesting. So let's look that up. Okay.
Did he? Yeah, whatever, dude. Hey, Don. Just us. I think...
What? Ready to go when you are. You guys gonna play top?
Show off this beautiful note while they wait. This beautiful altered note.
Oh, yeah, we did before, and I'm going to do it again. Okay, guys.
Why are they asking about? I don't even have Palace Jailer on a 75.
Yeah, I mean,
they were asking if you just knew about the build, I think. Let's see what exactly they said. So Dawn is here, and it says here, I don't think Dawn has caught on to the Palace Jailer build yet, but Monarch is great.
I don't like it.
You guys heard it right here from the source himself.
4 mana. That's why.
4 mana.
That's why.
What's the? You want to play?
So for those of you that are joining us now that weren't here earlier, let me show you something.
Unless that phone call's recorded.
This is probably the most beautiful altar I've ever seen. Probably the most beautiful altar you're going to see.
Yep.
Just try to disagree with me.
Yeah, it's 4 mana is the problem with Palace Jailer.
That is an altar, ladies and gentlemen.
I feel really bad if James was watching the show.
That is not a printed out. That is not printed out. And that's not a sticker overlaid. This is hand painted. Look at this.
This is Eric Klug.
Eric Klug,
the best in the game.
After seeing this, I can't disagree. This is
You want to show mine?
the best. If you want. It's phenomenal.
Do you want to just show and tell and put the...
Show and tell. That's what we're doing. This is show and tell, guys. We're showing and telling these amazing altars. Although, would you mind passing me the white deck box there? Now, for those of you that don't know, actually on the channel, I have a tutorial on how to make altars. I actually make altars myself. So this is my most recent one. I'm very happy with it, actually. And this is a basic plains.
Pretty. These are Dredge. So which one is your pick?
This is my favorite.
Breakthrough? Yeah, breakthrough.
As you can see, I personally like to do more like extensions, and particularly the brushwork that I do is usually for drawing subtle, what do you call it, details and like geography. So like grass, mud, just stuff like that. That's what I get a kick out of. But we got some altar. Oh my lord!
And the Dredge altar.
The Jesus Christ,
the chop.
the tropical. Oh my God! You guys have heard of the Oracle lands? Excuse me, the Guru.
Not worth. Dawn wins.
Dawn wins. Lord have mercy. Lord have mercy. Okay, guys. We got Guru lands here, but not the ones that you think. So you want to see a Guru Island? I don't have that, but I have a Guru Underground Sea.
Wait, Don, everyone's in here. How would we get anyone to cube? Let's just play.
Right now, we're doing it. James, would you be down to cube at UM?
Like Tundra?
So Aj and I would be just like, we would split and just like head out to right now.
I know, I was like MTG degree or GG degree. That guy has a tutorial on actually how to do Guru style. Physically using a compass-like device to do this kind of structure, but these are just very well done. Very lightly painted, very nicely done. I also like how they use the different color bases
we're
here.
Gonna head out and not play out. If we aren't going to cube, then we're going to play out.
Badlands. I really like this one.
Let's figure this out.
The sunset's pretty
down
intense.
the cube at UM?
Tonight?
Yeah.
Can't tonight. I'm on call.
Okay. Even like at UM, so if you get a call, like you just leave.
No,
it's
he's
fine.
at medical campus though.
No. If I have to, I would have to take the call, and realistically, I could probably get away with being at home, but being away from home tonight would probably be too tough.
Okay.
I
wouldn't
this
mind
month.
staying at your house if like you could accommodate it. Like, UM is just like a
Yeah, I can accommodate at my place. You know, well, how many people? Depends how many people.
4 at least.
4 I can easily accommodate. More than that, I could.
6.
I would just have to
If
move
we get
stuff
6, that's great. 6 is, I mean, cubing with 4, I alter the way that the cube works, but it still works pretty well.
I could accommodate up to 6 comfortably.
Okay.
8, I'd have to bring in the
I don't
outside
think we're
table.
gonna even get 8 anyways. All right, so it looks like we're gonna cube. So.
Yeah, but cube it for my place. Perfect.
So, split?
All right.
Split, yeah.
All right, guys. So the final decision has been made. Splitting between first and second. Congratulations to the 2 winners, Sahaj and Don. And there's Don right here.
I
Yeah.
just wanted to be known that I beat Sahaj in Swiss.
Fair enough. So the true winner is revealed. Actually, the true winner is the person who owns these cards. So.
Yeah, right.
This is Sangerline Mousset
Uh-huh.
from France, and she actually was in Miami for the last 10 days visiting with her 2 sons, so I got to hang out with her. She did all those. Please do not ask her to do guru duels because she cries when people ask her to do those.
Because they're that laborious, or what?
They're very laborious, and
They're not artistic.
She's bored. Like she's rather like
Something more creative.
She
Yeah,
wants
yeah.
to create her own.
Oh, actually, sorry, I have to tell Don something off the mic. 1 second. Okay, now we're back to being unmuted. So
we solved the Palestine conflict on mute, but we're not going to tell anybody. No.
keeping the DL, okay, guys? All right, and that doesn't mean demilitarized, or anything. Look at that, man.
I think the Tundra's probably the best with the Aurora Borealis that she added.
Yeah, exactly. And the thing that I like, and I was showing the people on the stream, I really like how you see here in the bottom corner, she keeps all the primary, like not just primary, but the color palette essentially that she utilized. That's brilliant. I mean, I've never seen people do that, like at least on this kind of art. I mean, sorry, on Magic cards rather.
This is, I think, my favorite, just because I love this. Like, I absolutely love this painting.
Oh wow. So,
No.
Carlos, take care, brother. Take care. Thank you. Now, for those of you who are familiar with our rival, the small community college down the street, here's the Tolarian Academy, but there's a beautiful, beautiful altar of it.
Toledo by El Greco's, one of my favorite paintings. So.
I've been to Toledo. It's a beautiful place.
Yeah, I actually took a photo of myself from the vantage point at which he painted.
This
Toledo.
one?
Yeah. And then my favorite painting ever, I got someone to do on...
Let's see if anybody's commenting on these things. Don, are you scared of Sahaj now? Haha. Oh wait, no chops, no chops. Yeah.
Who's saying that? Oh, McVell? That has to be McVell.
Paint that card all you want, even with the border hidden. I know it's a white card, unplayable. I don't know which one they're referring to, but one of these.
Which one?
Oh, it is.
It's a white card.
Yeah, okay. Because unfortunately I wasn't looking at it in real time, so I wasn't able to.
They're probably talking about the gurus.
The gurus probably, yeah, you're right. Yeah. So, So show the Wrath of God and Maze of Ith. They're saying
no. This is the green section.
Okay, so we've got the Maze of Ith coming up. Oh wow. Oh yeah, the winning deck.
Just get it to Christian.
Oh, do I need necklace too?
Just the winner.
Okay. That they would want to, but Christian.
Yeah, I'll take care of that. Look at that, guys. That's the Maze of Ith.
Who did that one?
That's Brandon Brown.
Brandon Brown. Okay, guys, Brandon Brown.
I think of all the altars in the game, Brandon Brown is the best value. He's like
compared to Sean.
Oh, who did the Tolarian Academy again?
Brandon Brown.
Brandon Brown, actually. It's also Brandon Brown.
Modfly altars is what is. Brandon Brown, the thing about Brandon is his quality, like his painting ability, I would say is like 95, 96% as good as Klug's. So for like almost all altars, like imperceptible, the difference between him. On a few altars, you would be able to perceive. Like I think the moat, I don't think Brandon could. I think you'd be able to notice the difference on this because of all the insane detail. But like for almost all altars, Brandon's just as good as Klug, except like, so Klug would charge $250 for this altar, just for the work.
I believe it.
Brandon, I think probably 70. I think is what he would charge for. So you're getting like imperceptible difference in quality for a fraction of the cost.
And it only makes a difference when you get to, like you said, this level of.
I think Klug's biggest strength actually is like insane complexity. Although, like if you look at this maze of it, like this is also pretty insane complexity, and Brandon pulled it off.
Just drawing those bricks, and you can tell because actually it's really hard to draw straight lines with his brushes. 2 hours?
12.
12. Yeah, no, I believe it.
He hated me.
It's insanely well done. Even just the little details in the bricks. You guys see those? The detail in the bricks. That's pretty insane.
Where Klug, I think, shines over Brandon Brown and the others the most is if you don't go to him with like a source. Like so with this is a painting that El Greco has done. This is what I wanted. It was one of my favorite paintings. I told Brandon, like, here's the painting, do it. Like if you're doing that, which is what a lot of altars are, like if you're telling them what you want, and you have a source, don't go to Klug.
Right, because
his value is like if you don't know what you want and you just like you want him to create something, he is extremely creative.
Because so if you're going to be using his talent, make the full use of it by having it be something original. Makes sense.
Or like if you you have an idea of what you want, but there's no image that you're working for, you just like want to kind of describe it. Like he does an amazing job at like putting it into play, and like you'll get it back, and like that exceeds my expectation. This is my favorite painting, so I'm very particular to this art.
Huh, I don't recognize it.
That's a very, very small portion of it's a large triptych, so I think it's the most like iconic part of the painting.
There you go. As you guys heard, this is Don's favorite painting.
The Garden of Earthly Delights by Hieronymus Bosch, which is in El Prado, and they'll say El Prado.
Oh, I've been to Prado. I don't remember this one.
It's one of their centerpiece.
Then I've certainly seen it in person. I guess maybe without the context of the whole thing, I don't recognize it. But I've definitely been to El Prado, and I definitely spent all day there.
You surely saw that if you're at El Prado.
That's absolutely, yeah.
When were you at El Prado?
That was like in.
James
I was
still doesn't know where we're headed. I don't even know where we're
I was in
either UM or my place.
So that was 2012-ish.
Where's this thing? Yeah, this is.
Oh, who did this one? This is cool.
Oh yeah. I know that one. Yes, of course, 100%.
Yeah, and so that part is like just like this.
Nice.
So it's one.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree.
It's I don't know if that's not even gonna show up. So if you Google
Garden of Earthly Delights El Prado, that's where it's located in Madrid, Spain.
And these are just basic extensions on iconic cards that don't need any.
Yeah, this is like my level of of altars. I can't do the other ones, but I could do something like this. Here, let's take a look. There's your tabernacle, folks.
That's Klug.
And Klug here.
Whoa.
Basic extension, as we see.
Whoa, Don.
Hmm?
You're playing Mono Red Sneaker Chop? Or are you playing Burn? Let's Burn.
This is not.
Oh, who's deck box? Someone left their deck box here, that means.
Wait, is that mine?
It's Burn.
Oh, that's mine.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's mine.
I was like, what are you talking about?
I loaned that deck out for somebody to use, yeah.
Oh, okay.
No, I brought 4 decks for people to use. Blue White Stoneblade, Burn, Reanimator, and of course Cheerios. And I played with the most jank one to see if I can win a game or two. I won a game or two. No matches, but I did win a game or two, which is about as much as I expected.
The sideboard hate gets so strong against that.
It really does.
Game 1, you can take people by surprise, but then if this gets 2...
Yeah.
And it's like, those kind of surprise decks are the worst when it's like surprise I'm playing this and the opponents are actually surprised, but they still just incidentally have tons of hate for you because of being prepared for other decks.
Right. That's a surprise.
That's why Dredge. That's
deck?
that's Dredge, right? Like you can surprise people at a big tournament with Dredge a lot of times, but
if they're prepared for lands,
they're prepared for Dredge without knowing that they're prepared for Dredge.
Yeah.
Because it's like, oh, I happen to have 2 rest in pieces in my
Right,
board,
right,
like, you know, and some surgicals because I'm afraid of Black White Reanimator and land. So
That's my most recent one. I'm getting there.
Can I take it out?
Of course.
Oh, this is okay. This is in one of your the black border sleeves.
Exactly. Yeah.
So these black border sleeves, they need to figure out a way to get them not glossy.
Yeah, I would love a matte one.
And
oh, sorry, the paint's still a little.
Oh, okay. So
no, but here I'll help you out. So I just do this. There you go. Just need to flatten it.
yeah, the paint is pretty thin. The paint is pretty thin here.
And if you guys like these altars, I sell them much, much, much cheaper than the other people, and they're for sale here at Hey Wanna Play. I've got a whole binder of altars. If any of you guys ever come by, price range is actually very fair, between $50 and $25, which, considering that my opportunity cost is probably like $500 an hour, it's a bargain.
I think the main difference, and this is like super minor and tiny, like this one, don't touch the top piece, is like, and this is what Brandon, I'm not a painter, also I have no idea, like what Brandon says, like if you, like when you look here, you can see where the original art is left, like there's a border.
Yes.
You can still see it here, but it's much, like, it's really, really faint. Like you can...
And I can tell you how he did that. Because, so the way you do that is with a spray varnish. Well, first you blend, of course. You blend as much as you can. This one is very roughly done so far. But what you do is you get a spray varnish. And I can tell because you can actually almost see like the dots of where they dried out. So the best company that I found so far is Liquitex. Liquitex is a spray varnish. You stand like 3 feet away, and you go like this. And then...
He also uses
very thin.
extremely tiny brushes.
I believe it. I had to cut a lot of the brush. I use a
the
0.
other thing is, like, the amount of effort you'd put into getting it to that, over that, it's a plane. So is it really worth it to do that for a basic plane?
No,
like,
of course.
If you're doing a Research Workshop, of course.
You're gonna put the time. You're gonna put all the attention to the details, because it's that worth it? Just for the card alone, just for the card that it is, that it represents.
Yeah.
So, like I said, if you guys are interested in these kinds of lands, here's an example of the planes. Here at Hey Wanna Play, they are available for purchase. There's a whole binder, so please stop by at some point. Here's some other examples. There's mountain. It's an island. And you already saw the planes. Play more. But
Just got Palace Jailer up there. They want to ask me questions about Palace Jailer?
Let's see what we got. Okay, so we have here. Do I have a Facebook website or a website for altars? I have a website, but it's more for a medical practice and for other stuff. But just check out the channel. Check out the channel. You can subscribe here on Twitch. Subscribe on YouTube. Just literally look up the same name, Meriden Tech or Meriden Institute of Technology, on YouTube, and you can see my tutorial there for how. And I actually demonstrate. You can actually see me painting one of these altars that I brought. In fact, you'll see this one. Right now it's in a sleeve. Let me take it out. If you go to the channel right now, if you go to YouTube and look for Meriden Institute of Technology, you can see like a Bob Ross style video of me painting this one.
I like that island.
Oh, thank you very much. Yeah, I liked it too because I like the turbulence.
Yeah.
And see here, like here, you can't see the blending as much. That's because this one I used the spray varnish on it.
And the original art itself has more visible brush strokes, which I think helps.
Yeah, that's right.
It's a good one to pick.
And like I said, you guys go to the website and you can see me painting this on a time lapse. And that's the Meriden Institute of Technology on YouTube. Just search for it. I don't know the exact URL. But yeah, like I said, stuff like this I have here at the store. So you can come look in person if you're actually interested. But like I said, this is definitely nowhere near the level of the other people, but I also charge a whole lot less. Like,
and it's not your full-time job.
And it's not my full-time job. No, I actually do have actually several full-time positions: physician, and then next year instructor, and then I also have a music studio that I run on the side. So yeah, this is like my if all, and technically I am a pro photographer, although I only do like 1 or 2 paid gigs a year, obviously because they're all for.
You need to give me some pointers for when I take photos when I travel.
Yeah, of course. Even like look, even this camera. This is one of the best lenses I've ever owned. pancake lenses are amazing. So this is a prime lens, right? So by the way, for those of you that go to the website, it's actually christiancamargomd.com/MeridianTech, and I can post that later if you'd like. All the pictures taken on that website were taken with this camera. So this is just so you can see a little behind the scenes work here. This is an EOS M. This is the same sensor as any digital SLR by Canon, like the Rebel XT series or whatever, except it's much more compact. And the beauty of that is that you can use these small lenses. This pancake lens is a prime lens, means it's fixed at 22 millimeters, so so it's a little on the wide angle side, which is beautiful. And then it's also f2, which means it's a huge aperture, beautiful creamy bokeh, like the blur, right, as you move away from where it's focused. And when you want to do a very small aperture size, you get extremely sharp pictures. It's a look at for example, just look at the quality of some of these pictures.
Yeah, that's a good one. So who had questions about Palace Jailer?
Oh yeah, that's right. We have Don here. Who is having? Oh, thank you very much. Cube is better. We'll chat. You can private message me if you'd like. But I know somebody had a question for Don earlier about Palace Jailer. Let me scroll back up and see who it was. Here it is. It was Migvel89. Migvel89, are you still in the
Miguel
chat?
Velasco?
It must be.
Well, tell Miguel Velasco that, well...
You're telling him right now?
I'll tell Miguel Velasco where he can go with his Palace Jailer. No, Miguel's a good friend of mine. He knows that I know about Palace Jailer. He's just trolling me.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I noticed people do that a lot down here. This part of the country.
Yeah, so if people are actually interested in Palace Jailer, some people run it. I don't like 4 mana. I don't like 4 mana in the deck on a, of course I was running Moat and sometimes Cataclysm and Gideon as well, although I didn't have any Gideon at all today because I really shifted a lot of my 75 because of no miracles, and also what I saw when I looked around the room today was kind of crazy.
Kind of?
Yeah, so the 4 mana on a card like Moat or on a card like Gideon or Cataclysm is not as big of a deal because you're only putting those cards in if you know that the game is going to go long and you need like
Hey Don, it goes on a time block too.
Okay.
Is it like an insurance policy? In other words, when I think of it that way, or
if you need like a closer, like
a closer,
that,
okay.
Your deck doesn't have like Gideon can close the game out against Miracles. They can close the game out against Stoneblade.
Oh, Miguel just replied.
Cataclysm can as well. Palace Jailer isn't.
So I said no one had a question about it. Someone just mentioned you should have a Monarch token for the stream, and I said he probably won't need it since.
Okay.
Oh, okay, that's what it was. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I don't have a Monarch token, but I think we may have a crown or two extra from the from the conspiracy set. But guys, thank you so much for joining us. Don, here's the winner because he actually did win in the Swiss. So congratulations. This is the second.
I shared the victory with Sahaj. It was 2 games in Swiss, and I was on the play. I won the die right. Well, I've been on the play.
What you talking about?
In the Swiss, I was like, I was on the play, so I was a little bit of an advantage, but I'd have been on the play.
Yeah. All right, so
you also mulled the 5 in Swiss in game 1.
True.
So that didn't help.
So congratulations to both of you guys, and then thanks everybody for joining us. This has been our most successful event yet. We hope to have another one probably like 3 weeks or so. We'll be posting all the information. Look for us on Facebook, Meriden Institute of Technology. Likewise, we're on Twitter, Meriden Tech. On the we're not on Snapchat.
No, you gotta get there. You gotta get on every new social media.
Actually, yeah. But
people are interested in the altars, Modfly altars on Facebook, and I will just type it Sangerline Mousset on Facebook. She doesn't have her own page.
Want to go ahead and type it, my friend?
Instagram.
So everybody see it.
She has a good Instagram. That's how I got interested. Her Instagram account is very attractive.
Sangerline Mousset.
Very good. So there you guys see it in the chat. I just spelled that. Well, actually, Don just spelled out for us how it's spelled, and you heard how it's pronounced.
She did the Gurus, and then Eric Klug, of course, is easy to find on Facebook. And then Modify Altars is the guy who did the Tolarian Academy, the Black Lotus, the workshop. Yeah.
So. Very nice, man. And then likewise, like what we said earlier, here they are in Boardifys, but you can take obviously them out of the Boardifys. These are the ones that I do. So these are shameless plugs, but they are available here at the store. The Boardifys sleeves as well if you like those. I personally do. A lot of people don't, but that's okay. All right, thanks guys for joining us. And
If any
huh?
of them are the people who regularly cube with us and they want to cube, send me a message.
Oh yeah, if there's any people that normally cube with Don that want to cube right now, send them a message. I wish I could, but I just realized I can't. So hope you guys have fun, and we'll see you guys at the next event in a couple of weeks. Tune in on all our social media and right here, and we'll see you that time.